House resumes and debate continues. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr.
You may
Speaker.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the national budget for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to refer to my notes.
Refer to your.
My notes, please.
Okay, permission granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by welcoming my esteemed colleagues, even though they are out for the time, and to the wonderful, industrious, and most importantly, the supportive constituents of the Salisbury, Cooley-Bistri, and Montrachet communities. Let me begin my presentation by making a few remarks on agriculture. I love agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of every farmer, every fisher, and rural family whose livelihood depends on the land and the sea. Mr. Speaker, we all know that agriculture is the heartbeat of our economy, the bedrock of our food security, and the heritage of our people, and that has proven to be a fact. Mr. Speaker, during the Minister of Finance's budget address, he made mention of the government's thrust towards the economic advancement of the sector and strategic interventions as it relates to the 5 Cs, which we all know, coconut, citrus, etc. Further, Mr. Speaker, he stated that in respect of coconut and cocoa, the government did ensure the distribution of planting material with in excess of 10,000 coconut plants distributed to 188 farmers and 17,000 cocoa plants to 85 farmers. Mr. Speaker, this is a very great initiative. But I am left to ask a few questions because, Mr. Speaker, after the national budget class last week Friday, many persons were meeting and asking, but Jasmine, how come we didn't know about that? You know, it's like, what's going on? So it's one set of people that getting. So I said, Mr. Speaker, since I am here on behalf of the people, I have a few questions to ask. What are the criteria one must follow to be part of this program? And does the individual have to present a detailed proposal to ensure eligibility? And is it being published in every top farming community? Because, Mr. Speaker, honestly, I did not know about this. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the 50,000 citrus plants are intended to be planted on 1,000 acres of land. Also, Mr. Speaker, and the construction of 53 fiberglass boats leaves me to ask the same questions which I just highlighted. Mr. Speaker, these are the questions I said that the people ask. And then again, I say it is a very, very, very good initiative. So I am hoping that I get some answers, so maybe I can go back to Salisbury, Cooley-Bistri, and Montrachet and tell them how they can be part of this wonderful program. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to farm access roads, I believe that this has been my cry, especially for the farmers in my constituency. Once again, the Mayo to Karum Road is still incomplete, though tens of thousands of dollars, both past and present, have been allocated to such a project. Mr. Speaker, when I presented last year, I gave my unwavering support to the government's decision in the Ministry of Agriculture to meet the 700 million mark to GDP by 2030. Without a doubt, Mr. Speaker, I am still in support. However, we must provide the farmers with proper feeder roads. Farmers will be more encouraged to go to their farms with proper roads. We will increase in crop productivity, employment for farm laborers, and increase in our local produces to export. Mr. Speaker, I am in support of the plans and projects outlined by the Minister of Finance in his budget address for the Ministry of Agriculture. However, Mr. Speaker, for the distribution of goods, crops, farm materials, or tools Mr. Speaker, there should be a level of transparency and fairness, and that they are given to the deserving individuals. Mr. Speaker, honestly, I have seen individuals who don't even have a backyard garden receive bags of fertilizers, spades, forks from government programs, and then they are putting these items, Mr. Speaker, on the black market, sale, cheap sale, sell fast, and then they do not have use for them. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why we have to be mindful as to who the individuals are and who benefits from these initiatives. Mr. Speaker, moving along, as it relates to solid waste, we have seen in recent months the unpleasant images of how garbage is left in every community without the knowledge of when or if the garbage truck will pass. Garbage is left in community for days, Mr. Speaker, sometimes a whole week. It is seen in my community. Taking into consideration, Mr. Speaker, the confirmed cases of leptospirosis in our country, we must be very mindful, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister of Finance stated in the budget that there are 6 new garbage trucks that have been procured. 2 of these come in next month and the others in October. So, Mr. Speaker, I say that we must be more proactive. Let us not wait until something's happened so we can act. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Minister of Finance has already outlined the plans and recommendations set to curb the issue of waste disposal. I do hope that this matter will be dealt with swiftly and expeditiously, as it doesn't only affect the image and infrastructure of our country, but also poses a health threat to our citizens. Mr. Speaker, need I say that I support the OK2HP initiative. It is my hope that the people will take advantage of this opportunity, giving them the opportunity to own their homes at only 2% interest. Mr. Speaker, I cannot get better than that. Also, with the 6 months grace period, as I said, Mr. Speaker, say blaibo debo. When it is good, say it is good. Mr. Speaker, let me move to my constituency quickly. Mr. Speaker, Kulibistri. Mr. Speaker, in all honesty, I do not even know where to begin when I speak of Kulibistri. Since I became the parliamentary representative for this community, it has been a constant cry, a constant plea for the much-needed river wall and the bridge that connects the 2 sections of this community. Most times, I often feel like Kulibistri has been erased from the map of Dominica. Absolutely nothing is happening here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, need I remind this honorable House that Kulibistri again was declared a special disaster area after the passing of Tropical Storm Erica in 2015. It has been almost 10 years, Mr. Speaker. To this date, nothing, absolutely nothing has been done. Mr. Speaker, recently, last month, to be exact, just a little rain and Kulibistri was already underwater. Mr. Speaker, no bridge. Mr. Speaker, no river wall to safeguard the people's lives and property. No homes to relocate to. No hurricane shelter. As I said, absolutely nothing for Kulibistri. Let me give and take. I am grateful for the water project, which is ongoing. Yet, what about the protection of lives and property? People's lives matter, Mr. Speaker. Right about now, Mr. Speaker, I do not even know what to say when I am confronted by the residents. So I come here in this honorable House to speak of the plight of my people, make sure their concerns and their voices are heard through me on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, I pray for Kulibistri because only God knows the fear that I instill in the hearts of these people, especially when it rains. So I will not stop pushing and making requests and asking for what is needed on their behalf. As the good book says, ask and you shall receive. So I remain hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that one day the people of Kulibistri will get what they so desire. Mr. Speaker, I move to Monrachet. I mentioned last year of the village expansion as it relates to the extension of the road. Since Monrachet, as we know, it's a one-way in, one-way out liquor hamlet. However, sometime last year, I had a brief discussion with Honorable Prime Minister on that matter, and clearly the situation is more complex than what I expected. Also, they have their feeder roads challenges to their farms. However, I also remain hopeful that one day these plans and projects will come into fruition. Mr. Speaker, Salisbury. I have already addressed the feeder roads issue for Salisbury. It's been on my list ever since I got elected. In the Minister of Finance's budget address, he stated, and I quote, that this government has recognized that a robust health system must be grounded in equity and driven by strategic investments that positively impact on every citizen in every community. Mr. Speaker, I was very happy when I saw the Minister of Health stood up before me this morning because I was expecting something for Salisbury in his speech. Unfortunately, I did not hear that. Mr. Speaker, if you know what a niche pool is, a fowl's nest, that is what we have as a health center in Salisbury, and I said that last year as well. Mr. Speaker, I am not exaggerating. The emergency bed is in the sitting area. The kitchenette is close to the dressing room. Zero privacy, inadequate space. Like I explained earlier, Mr. Speaker, it is a niche pool, a fowl's nest. Minister of Health, please, well, he's not there. I need him to intercede on our behalf. We are in dire need of a more modern, larger, and more equipped medical facility. Again, Mr. Speaker, I will ask. Mr. Speaker, the Grawavin Road in Upper Salisbury is a cause for great concern. I remember last year we had an incident where we had a lot of rain and that area was washed by water. The Wasco could not get to the water intake. And Mr. Speaker, if we are cut off, it is a problem for the community. Because if we are left without water and this road is cut off, then I don't know what will happen. I made mention of that last year, and they have put something which is temporary, but we need something proper in this area. I heard the member for Roseau South address making a request for a Bailey Bridge for Emsall, I believe, Mr. Speaker. We are in need of a Bailey Bridge as well in Grawavin area. It is also the feeder road. Farmers must pass through this area to get to their farms. So it's a need for concern. Mr. Speaker, again, I said I will ask. Mr. Speaker, moving along, I can touch on so many things that we need in Salisbury. The resurfacing of our police station road, proper playing fields for Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of potential in Salisbury. A lot of young persons are involved in sports. We have a very active sports committee. While I'm on the sports committee, Mr. Speaker, we have our annual road race on the 16th of August. So many of us here who likes to run, you can come down to Salisbury on the 16th of August. We have our road race which starts in Kulibistri and ends in Salisbury. We need street lights, renovation of the public convenience in Plattbowie. Mr. Speaker, not so, everyone every community are not so fortunate to have toilets in their homes. And the public convenience in Plattbowie is a cause of concern. I don't think there are any toilets working in this public convenience, and we do not want anybody throwing feces all over the place. So I believe that the ministry which is responsible for public conveniences, I think, which is the Ministry of Culture, can intercede on my behalf for this. Also, Mr. Speaker, we have the road signs and the speed bumps for Kulibistri. We have to safeguard our school children on the highway in Kulibistri, Mr. Speaker. I think I made mention of that after we had that fatal accident in Salisbury in 2023. They said that the request was approved, but to this day, Mr. Speaker, we have seen nothing on the highway for Kulibistri. Also, the refurbishment of the police station in Kulibistri and Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, the police station in Kulibistri is also high. A lot of work needs to be done. Also in Salisbury, we have our challenges in Salisbury as well. Police vehicle in Salisbury, Mr. Speaker, I know you know Salisbury, and Salisbury is a vast community. We've got Plattbowie, Well, down to Lavigie, Grand Savannah, right up to Tapive, and so on. It's a large place. And 2 weeks back, when I went to do my constituency rounds, I went to visit the police station in Salisbury, and I was amazed to find only one police station on a shift. And I was told that they cannot leave the police station empty. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So we are in need of police officers. We are also in need of, as I said, the police vehicle. If we have any emergency, one police officer is there, how is he going to get to that emergency place? So, Mr. Speaker, all these things that we need in Salisbury, Kudibisri, and Manchester. Once again, I said, Mr. Speaker, I will ask. Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm on my feet, let me respond briefly to comments made by the member of Marigot, Anthony Charles, on the appointment of the leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, after my resignation as leader of the opposition on June 20th, 2024, there were a few issues surrounding my decision to write, giving my support to Honorable Charles as the next leader of the opposition. To fast forward, Mr. Speaker, after careful and long consideration, I decided to reach out to Honorable Charles, initiating a meeting so we could sit and discuss the way forward on the issue. When contacted, Mr. Charles, Honorable Charles, Honorable Charles agreed to meet, then quickly turned around asking, what is the purpose of the meeting? What is the agenda? And before I could respond, Honorable Charles told me, and I quote, at this point, we will have to correspond by writing, end of quote. Me being persistent, Mr. Speaker, and willing to put the matter to rest, kept initiating a meeting with Honorable Charles. Mr. Speaker, July 25th, 2024, Honorable Charles told me we could have a meeting after the 5-day Parliament sessions, which I agreed to at 6:57 p.m. Mr. Speaker, at 7:11 that same night, Honorable Charles sent me a message, and I quote again, the country can run without opposition leader until elections, close quote. On the day Honorable Charles was expected to respond to the national budget of 2024-2025, I asked him again, so Tony, you have not made up your mind as yet? Honorable Charles replied to me and said, nah man, we good. We don't need opposition leader. This was the final verbal one-on-one decision we had as it relates to the matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I was indeed quite taken aback on Monday that the member for Marigot could stand before this honorable house, giving the honorable members and the general public the impression that I, Honorable Jessamine Paul Victor, is holding the country under constitutional bondage. Mr. Speaker, I have acted on what was said to me by Honorable Charles, that he does not want to be the leader of the opposition, and we do not need a leader of the opposition. This was placed on according to his responses and his lack of interest to settle the matter. Mr. Speaker, I just need this moment to clear my name and to clear the air. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I recognize Honorable Kozia Frederick. You may take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, colleagues. I stand to support wholesomely the budget of this year, 2025-2026, in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, I just want to start off by thanking my colleagues who are here, members of this honorable parliament, also the cabinet of ministers, the various heads of departments across the 6 divisions or departments that I preside over. And also, more importantly, though, Mr. Speaker, the good folks from the Salisbury constituency, and I'm speaking from Wakama all the way to Pegua, and how this budget is going to affect them. And I'm hoping that this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, I'll not be long, but I will address a few important issues here, and I'd like to engage the listening public to their roles and responsibilities in dealing with the environment matters that affect us in many ways than one. Mr. Speaker, We have 6 divisions within the Ministry of Environment, responsible environment. We do have environmental coordination, we have Carolina Agro Affairs, the NEP, or the National Employment Program. We also have Constituency Empowerment, Forestry, Wildlife and Parks Division, and also the Solid Waste Management Corporation. So this in its entirety deals with all of the issues that deals with the environment of our country. Mr. Speaker, I will also speak to some of the environmental highlights in the budget. I will touch briefly on the major projects affecting my constituency. I will also admonish everyone here on the importance of the environment, and also what are the actions we can all take as citizens to address our issues. Mr. Speaker, looking at the measures, the first measure, looking through the budget address in its entirety, Youth Agricultural Land Lease Program. So the impact of this is important, Mr. Speaker. In a general sense, it will reduce the barriers to entry. It will encourage young people to get involved in agriculture, and it will help with food security and also job creation. So this is very important, because clearly having over 300 acres of land available to young people, having farmers pay $1 an acre for the first 5 years is important. I dare say, Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, we have a unique case in the Carolina territory, in the Cyber constituency, that we have land in common. And so it means that the land that we live on and we farm on is all held in common by the Carolina Chief and Council. And I dare say this measure, I would like the people of the Carolina territory to delve into this one. Because that means that we can now get a piece of Dominica, another piece of Dominica. Yes. We have surety in our space already, because no one can come in and do anything. That's our space, that's our secret space, our sacred territory. But we now have the opportunity to go out there and look for lands and to expand our enterprise. And I dare say we will in the constituency look at the number 5 of these 5 C's, because it appears to me to be something that will be a very profitable enterprise for us. And so a very profitable enterprise. So, Mr. Speaker, being on the east coast of the island, during the onslaught of Hurricane Maria, we lost over 95% of our housing stock. So we know we actually are on the front line of climate change. And so when we look at agriculture insurance, it's going to be very important, because we also have a legacy of having benefits from this, Mr. Speaker. We were part of it during the banana industry, or what we call the green gold at the time. We cleared massive areas of land in the Carolina territory, in Atkinson, and we planted bananas. And Mr. Speaker, just a bit of historical context. Crops above the land, Mr. Speaker, were only brought into our country when people of European descent came. Because before that, it was all crops on the ground. Because my ancestors knew that every year a hurricane is going to come, because hurricane is actually the god of destruction in Carolina language. So they would know every year a hurricane would come and wipe out the land. So they're not going to plant things above the ground. So all of the yam, the dashing, the potatoes, the cassava, that's what we had. But we really got into the enterprise of being part of the national development and really planted acres and acres of bananas. But whenever there was a major weather event, we lost significant yields. And so this particular measure will help us, because what it will do really, it will lower the cost of production for farmers, and we will help with the national food security. And also, Mr. Speaker, it will protect us, like I said, against climate-related losses. So, Mr. Speaker, not because I'm the Minister of Environment, I will go in depth about all the science of climate change, but I do have competent people at the ministry, the likes of Edgar Hunter, and the people who go out there and represent the country and speak on our behalf and tell our story. Because, Mr. Speaker, what I find we don't do enough in our country is to celebrate people who go out and do the work.
Yeah,
The day-to-day operations of telling our story. Because, Mr. Speaker, we seem to forget that because only in 2017 we were hit by a major hurricane, losing over 226% of our GDP. We took on the responsibility to build our country back by ourselves because we got no help. And so the world is looking at us and how has this little country done this by themselves? So we are called on in every forum, in every conference, in every conversation to tell our story. And so we've been doing this and we're happy because we got the opportunity to do this and with the leadership of the cabinet, the leadership of the Prime Minister, we are continuing to build a resilient country. And that is a very important thing, Mr. Speaker. We will take advantage, Mr. Speaker, of measure number 3, national laboratory development, because we know that we need to have food security, and meat is a significant part of that. Although, Mr. Speaker, I do not indulge in such carnivorous behaviors, but there are people in my constituency who do, and it's not about personal preference, Mr. Speaker. It's about what affects the entire nation. And so I support this. Now, Mr. Speaker, measure number 4, we do have agriculture or agroprocessing. And the Kalago people and the people from the general area of the Sabe constituency, because we do have a wonderful agroprocessor in Antrizo. Turning a tuber, a poisonous tuber, Mr. Speaker, into something that becomes a delicious part of everyday eating. So taking a cassava, extracting the poison from it, the cyanide, and making cassava bread is something we've been doing for years, for thousands of years, Mr. Speaker. And so when we have the measure to deal with agroprocessing, it means that we're going to continue to empower the small businesses. We're going to support rural employment. And also, Mr. Speaker, we will do what my comrade speak about, adding value to a crop. So, Mr. Speaker, this will sit very well with the people of the Sabe constituency, because we have been. And, Mr. Speaker, it have a very peculiar history. We were grinding cassava on stones, and now we're able to mechanize that entire thing. And so I challenge my comrades, my brothers and sisters, fellow warriors in the Sabe constituency to reach out and be part of this process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about how do we treat with solid waste management. And Mr. Speaker, this is an important piece of our country, because we have a country that we saw in our own lifetime bounce back by itself. If we were all on cruise ships out in the ocean, Dominica would flourish by itself. We saw that. Well, what is very important for us to note is that sharing that space, sharing what I love to call Waichikubuli, the Dominican space with nature, we have a big part to play. So we have to ensure that the waste that we have at our homes can be managed. Mr. Speaker, the lapomanger, the food peeling, the bones and the branches from trees we trim in our yards, all of those things we have to be able to manage that, Mr. Speaker. And I think it has to be a responsibility for every single citizen to take on. I quarrel sometimes with my brothers and sisters in the Carlago space. How is it that a banana leaf leaves the Carlago territory, end up in Roseau? I mean, and then, although we speak very candidly, and the Minister of Finance is here, we're going to bring in the trucks. But you know, these trucks are built for certain jurisdictions. So if you get a truck built in England, for example, flatland, and we're going to run it 24/7 in Dominica, tall is her body, over rugged hills and mountains, and that stress on the vehicle, it is going to be very difficult to have all of this happen. I know the opposition speak about the trucks and timely collections. We have to be mindful to friends, comrades, brothers and sisters, that the corporation doesn't operate on wind or water. There has to be finance to do all of this. So the Minister of Finance is right. We have to have this conversation of how do we treat with putting our money where our mouth is in terms of dealing with solid waste management. And so we are revamping the entire management system. We will decentralize the collection. We will ensure that the trucks are placed in the right locations across the country so we can better able to treat with this. But also, Mr. Speaker, there are parts of the society that have to do a little more. How can you have a fete in a community, make money from the people who come and patronize, and leave this stuff on the ground? And then you wonder, and then you ask, and something I see in the social media, what are the authorities doing? We have to have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker. When I was driving through downtown Roseau on a Sunday afternoon, I see cardboard boxes. That means they are packaging for material lying on the streets of Roseau. I saw television boxes, well, boxes that contain televisions and other appliances that's there on the side of the road, on the Côte d'Ivoire, and so where is the corporate responsibility of the business places, Mr. Speaker? And just to say, Mr. Speaker, the landfill is just about 6 minutes from Roseau. And it's a minimal cost of about, I could be corrected, about $50 per ton to bring the materials to the landfill. So it appears to me, Mr. Speaker, that there's a certain level of irresponsibility. And where I sit as a minister and hear the cry of the manager, Florence Mitchell, and the staff at the Solid Management Corporation, that it looks like we're wicked, man. We're wicked. Because in some of the material that is on the ground that we call solid waste, there are some materials that you, Mr. Speaker, would only want to pass nearby. And yet we have to delve in it and put it on the trucks. And so I want to commend this gentleman. I think they are special people. They're special people because there's a story that says that parts of the body, and which one is more important? The brain say was more important. The heart say was more important. And then where our waste comes from say is most important. Because if it's shut down, your body will shut down. And we have people of medical background here, you know what I'm talking about. And so I get the sense that this is where we are, because we are at that level that we are not honoring what they do. And I think, Mr. Speaker, our commitment as citizens, as corporate people in corporate society, we have to do more, because it is an important piece. So we're doing this, and we are taking this on. And people ask us why, and suddenly there's a schedule, and like everything else, those of you who are teachers, you would have a timetable, the rain falls, and you have to change the stuff around. Trucks break down. Sometimes we use a lot of private truckers, and they have their own issues as well. So, Mr. Speaker, it's something that we're dealing with, but it's something I think has to come back to us as an individual, to take on the responsibility to keep your environment clean. And keeping your home clean is not taking the garbage from your home and put it on the roadside, because you're part of a community. And the communities are part of a country, and the countries are part of a region, and the region is part of the world. And in extension, what we can do at the end can really affect climate change, etc. Moving on. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about the health sector upgrades. And definitely we have built infrastructure across the country, and so it will improve access to quality healthcare, disease prevention as well, Mr. Speaker, and the ever-rising rise of NCDs. And Mr. Speaker, we have been hit by many events over the course of our island's history. And I'll just go back to this. I'll not get tired of saying this. When the first Europeans came, they brought in diseases. They killed people. No, that is something that killed people. And we went through the COVID-19. Now, these are things that you can transmit to other people. But, Mr. Speaker, the NCDs are things that people are doing to themselves. It's a lifestyle. And so I'm happy that this measure is in here, because, Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with people's responsibility. The very same way we have a responsibility to take care of the environment through managing our garbage, etc., not cutting down trees, not bulldozing next to the rivers. We also have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we eat right, and we ensure that we keep the body. And for those of you, most of you here believe in a higher being, and this body is supposed to be a temple, and all those nice things you say. Let's treat it as such. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that will be less stress. There will be less stress on the system, because your decision to eat something that makes your body unhealthy becomes stress on the system. And the question I ask myself every day, why is the irresponsibility of you as a person become my responsibility as a taxpayer? So I think we are look at this. So this measure here is crucial, Mr. Speaker, because we have to play our part. You see, Mr. Speaker, we are in the time in our history where we all want rights, but we have to be able to balance those rights with responsibility. Your right to have certain things have to come with a responsibility to help make a change, Mr. Speaker. But I know where it comes from. The whole right thing come out of you. We've been exploited, and we come out from a slave mentality, so we want a right to everything. But I think, Mr. Speaker, especially in Dominica, that we are nearing our 50 years of independence. My goodness, we have to have a responsibility. And we are showing some serious leadership in the government, responsible governance, and so we are playing our part. The small, or some people say the big, cabinet of ministers, we are able, as a small percentage of the Dominica society, we're able to do some responsible moves. Mr. Speaker, I will be the first to admit that we can do more. There's always more we can do. But like we say locally, it's in the kitchen, in the heat. So everyone is in their corner. I'm shouting from a fence behind a galvanized blockade, or on the table typing something, on the bed WhatsApping or sending some TikTok. But we are in the open, we're in the forefront, because we deal with this thing frontally, Mr. Speaker. We deal with this as mature individuals. And Mr. Speaker, I dare say you may have experienced this, Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament and cabinet ministers, that not every time we agree with everything. But we have to be able to look at the priorities of our country and able to take rational decisions. Mr. Speaker, we also speak to the measure related to education and vocational training. And I'm very passionate about this, Mr. Speaker, because when I started my career in the public service, I taught JSP, the junior secondary program. I taught skills. And I'm we're speaking to about $71.3 million that's allocated to the establishment of the Fab Lab at the Dominica State College. And Mr. Speaker, the impact is immense. We'll enhance digital literacy, we'll promote innovation, and also we'll prepare the young generation for really high-tech jobs. So we are not discouraging them from being farmers and construction workers, but we're also mindful that in the way we interact with technology, we can also
24 more minutes. 24 more minutes.
24 more minutes. Yeah. That's fine.
So when you are on 10 more minutes, I will tell you.
Yeah, that's fine. And so we can have young people who can produce those products as well, Mr. Speaker. And I dare say I'm hoping that my son, I have a little 9-year-old son, will be able to be part of that, because these guys have their tablets, they're doing Roblox, they're buying stuff, they're extracting money from our credit cards, and we're spending some money. So we have to make sure the investment continues and that they can produce more, Mr. Speaker. Geothermal energy and the battery storage, we have this as well, so that's important because, of course, it will lower the electricity cost, it will boost our energy security, and of course, it will make us able to compete and also be a little free us up, Mr. Speaker, from the fossil fuels. We have also measures on infrastructure and road development. It will impact connectivity, Mr. Speaker, and I can speak very candidly about this because I benefit from this. The wonderful road that goes through the Carnago space at Kingston and Trizla, all the way from Bois Diable to Hatton Garden, or some people say Tarish Pit to Hatton Garden. It opens up the east. So the East Coast Road is something that's important. It's not just about driving on the road and no bumps, but it's also connecting farmers, connecting people, and ensuring that rural communities like Castle Bruce, Saint-Sever, all the way to Forblay and Andrizel and Baraka and Siniku can all benefit from the experiences of tourists spending their dollar in that space. Mr. Speaker, so really and truly, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, briefly, these budget measures are designed to generate employment opportunities, to empower youth and small businesses, improve the delivery in service and education, promote food security and energy security, and also increase citizens' participation in national development. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to serve the people of the Cyber constituency. I feel like I'm old in that thing, because that's like my second term. I know counting the years, I counting the terms. So it's been 5 years and 8 months since I've been able to represent them in various ways and various forms. I really appreciate the way that the faith they have in me as a son of the soil. I'm happy to have been grown up by good people in the Salve area, people who really, in their own little way, contributed to my development, and I'm so happy that I could represent them at that level, Mr. Speaker. And also say not only within the House of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, but also internationally. And those of you who follow social media for the right reasons would realize that I do move around a bit, and I do share a bit on indigenous heritage and culture, because, Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament, as a minister of government, I know the importance of the Kainago people, indigenous peoples, to the entire development of our country. I dare say every one of you inside there can point to some part of your lineage connected to an indigenous person, a Kainago person. Somewhere it have a granny, it have an auntie, or somebody. And even if you don't have it, your village name after the Kainago. Whether it is Bawi, whether it's Berikwa, whether it is Itasi, whether you go to the Sari, all of that is, so Dominica is Kainago country. Yeah. So the Kainago story is important to tell. And I feel empowered by the good people of the Cyber constituency to really not confine the Kainago story to the little space between Wakam and Pigwa, but to spread across the country. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, all of this ties in nicely, Mr. Speaker, to what has been highlighted for the address of the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker spoke about the carbon neutrality that affects our country. And also say, Mr. Speaker, I've said this before many times, that we are carbon neutral because by law we have a massive percentage of our forests protected by law. Yeah? But Mr. Speaker, we only have that among the forests because for more than 200 years in our history, the Kainago people fought to protect that land. So no white man could not put his foot on the ground and come and cut down trees. So we have to connect that, Mr. Speaker. Within the budget also address, we spoke about the forest conservation. And that is very important. We have a post-Maria reforestation program. We have nurseries across the country. We have given plans to schools, to business places, and we have. So, Mr. Speaker, you started this thing in your term as the minister, and we have surpassed that 1 million trees, I must say, and we are pushing on the guy. I think we can do 3 million in the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to shout out the people at the Forestry Wildlife and Parks Division. And also to say, Mr. Speaker, I do have people from the Salve constituency working in that division. Not just because of me, Mr. Speaker, because they're ably qualified and they can do the work, Mr. Speaker. And so thousands of trees have been planted, and this is important. Within the constructs of what happened also at the ministry, that ties in with the national projects itself, we've been doing a lot of work with the Ministry of Tourism, the ecotourism sites, rehabilitation, and in the very thick document, Mr. Speaker, the draft estimates for 2026, we see monies allocated for reforestation. We have enhancing the natural environment is also listed in there. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are doing a lot of work this year, and we have been able to finally work with the Ministry of Tourism to put a little more value, Mr. Speaker, to our ecotourism sites. We went for we look at the legislation, and we say it's maybe more than 40 years, so we haven't changed anything, and the people that's using our natural resource will come in $5, $10. Mr. Speaker, I think we have to add more value, so the user fees that is implemented is going to help us, because while you want, as a visitor or a local, to access the boiling lake or the freshwater lake or Berry Lake, it has to be maintained. And it takes dedication from a selected few, because the science of going into the forest, they're putting up the trails and the railings, etc. It's a unique sort of construction efforts that we have to use, Mr. Speaker. So we have been doing this with the ecotourism sites. Within the ministry also, we've been working with international partners. And I just say there's one regional partner that's connected to an international agency that I've worked with in the past year. And to say, and just to add value to what Honorable Julian said earlier on, that even if I'm speaking about the 2025-2026 budget, there are things that came before, and we are building on this. So if the UNCCD, that's the UN to combat desertification convention. We have a PISLM, it's a partnership initiative for sustainable land management, and we're able to do a lot of work to look at the soil lab, digitize our maps, and analyze our carbon content. And a big part of this also includes the indigenous people and people from the Salbe constituency. So, Speaker, we have a number of climate resilient projects. And we spoke very candidly also, Mr. Speaker, about green energy and how we've been able to see the importance of having geothermal, etc., Mr. Speaker. And I think it is so important that we look at this as an important part of our development. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Salbe constituency again is connected to all of this, because their expertise in the Canada territory, we've been in capacity. We've been working with the local council for some time. I just want to salute the former Chief Lorenzo Sanford and also the new chief for doing the work that we have to do. And it is important because the cargo space is a serious tourism product. And we've been able to, for the Ministry of Tourism, develop a Kalinago pillar, where there'll be more areas in the Kalinago territory which will develop. Just because the National Trail, we've been working here also. The segment 4 and segment 11 has been done. And this is very close to my area as well, Mr. Speaker. And for those of you who don't know, the segment 4 is around the Pocas area. And some of you don't know. It's maybe sad that the Parliament doesn't know. And segment 4, very close to the Pocas area. Yeah. So maybe one is, Mr. Speaker, I'll organize a tour for the Parliament to hit the road and really walk through one part of the national trail to see, and then we'll understand how it is that the men would carry sand and stone in a bag on their back to fix a trail, and then you'll understand why we need that money to do that kind of work, Mr. Speaker. But we've been doing this, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to get back to my point at the beginning, that we do have a responsibility as citizens to play our part. The officers are in the various departments have pushed a lot of work. And to say, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to forget the hard work of the NDP.
Honorable Minister, I made a big mistake on your time. Initially, you have 32 more minutes.
That's fine. That's even fine.
I made a mistake, sorry.
That's even fine, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, so you don't have to skip over it. So you have time. You have time.
Okay, so well, I could go into Carlago territory and Salbe constituency. That will take me another 20 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, if you realize you've been following the news again and you follow social media, you realize that the HRP, the Housing Recovery Project, I mean, that's settling in my area. The office was there for a few months. Still there, we have been able to build a number of homes, more than 125 homes built. And these homes cost at least now, in present currency, $150,000 at least. And what was interesting about this, Mr. Speaker, is that all of the contractors are from my area. They're from the Salbe constituency. And I'll tell you how it came about, Mr. Speaker. I think the Parliament needs to know, because I think maybe myself need to talk more about what we're doing as a government. We are able to access a loan from the World Bank, and the World Bank have criteria who can be a contractor. That at a certain point, none of my folks in the Canada space were able to be a contractor that was certified. I was able to bring them together with the former chief and do some training with them.
Oh, that's good.
And also, we wrote a very strong letter, supported by the Prime Minister and at the time, to say that if you don't give an opportunity to indigenous community, you're not helping them in their movements, because they are able to do it. They will need some time, but they can catch up. And the gentleman did, Mr. Speaker. And so all of the homes under the HRP they are built by contractors. So now they have a portfolio. So now they can we held the hand, Mr. Speaker, and now them fellows running, they checking the city. We also had this project of 50 homes being built in the Carnago territory. We have about 5 more to do from the European funds. We didn't have a main Carnago contractor. It's a bigger project, but 80% of the workers are from the Carnago space. So that's a serious thing. So, Mr. Speaker, the point about unemployment, right now, Mr. Speaker, we have so much happening in the Carnago territory that it's very, very difficult to find people to do just minimal labor. It's very difficult because people are engaged in homes. There are folks who have gone out of the Carnago, out of their comfort space, Mr. Speaker. They're now at the airport project. Some guys are driving trucks, and security. It's an important piece. Actually, some of the main guys, the steel work guys on the cable car project are from the Carnago territory. They also on that project in the valley. So, like I said, Mr. Speaker, there's a level of comfort within the cyber constituency. It is not a space where, of 40 years ago, or even at least 25 years ago, before the Labour Party, where those crime, they have become a serious part of the conversation. They have become a serious citizen in our country. So now they are able to go out and hone their skills and also make some serious money. And every now and then I have to warn a few of them because we have some cars coming in and make sure they are licensed and insured. Because when a man gets a ride, he uplifts himself and be able to make investments in themselves, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we also look at not just the improvement in the road network, Mr. Speaker, but also in the water supply, because we had a wonderful collaboration with Public Works with Dowasco, and to ensure that we did an entire new water system while we were building the road. Because, you know, I could say it here in Parliament, I think, because Dowasco does this mash up Quarter Road after it make. And so we solved that in the Salibia area, to do it in tandem. Also working with Domlec to ensure we moved and realigned some of the power lines. So when you come to the Carnago territory, all the way to Atkinson, you have a good water system and also you have proper lighting and that stuff, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been able to, in the last year, commence the building of a multipurpose center. It is part of the regional effort. It was captured in our NRDS and also resilient plan moving forward that would have regional shelters. When we did the assessment, we realized that we may have had to go to Casabros. We'd have had to go to Casabros to get shelter. But what if Senhouse River barred us? We couldn't go. And we couldn't cross the Pegua River. So the geography kind of created a space for us to have a center in the Carnago territory. And Mr. Speaker, it's built in the Badaka community. It has special design that celebrates our Carnago heritage. And because it is in the Badaka community, it is close to Atkinson and Chisel. So it really will, although it is called the Carnago Center, it is really going to protect the lives of people in the entire constituency. Mr. Speaker. So we've been doing this. We've done a lot of work in the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and moving forward, we'll be doing a lot of work with UNDP and other agencies to look at the Carnago craft, look at the agroprocessing, how do we do more tourism projects, Mr. Speaker. And also, Mr. Speaker, we realize that as part of all of the government's programs, we have benefited. So we could speak to school books, we could speak to uniform allowances, we could speak to scholarships to Cuba, to Venezuela, to the United States. We can speak to the non-pensionable allowances, Mr. Speaker. So we're getting all of those. So across the board, we have been able to benefit within the cyber constituency as equal citizens in our own country. And we see that even today, Mr. Speaker, that some of the folks from my area would hold serious offices and would be the number of professionals in the public service I have counted in the last couple of months. There may be 125 or so people from the Carnago territory who hold good enough positions in the public service. So that's important, Mr. Speaker. Apart from that, we've also been doing with training in IT, because we do have an innovation hub in this Abe constituency. And as we speak, there are youth camps going on there. We're able to access the youth center in Castlebrooks, computer skills, etc. And Mr. Speaker, we've been doing this. And so we've been supported a lot, Mr. Speaker, through the UNDP and the GEF, and because we have a unique case. And we continue to ensure that we can do that. We have been able to reforest within the area as well. And also, we had a zero risk project piloted in the Sabe constituency. And we will upscale that to make sure that people across the country also benefit from this. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of important quotes that I have interacted with or read over the years that connects people of indigenous descent with national development and with environment. So if I read one, for example, so there is no planet B. The rivers, the forests, the oceans, and the skies that nourish our lives cannot be replaced. And so protecting the environment is not a choice, but it's for our own survival. Mr. Speaker, and I say this because, and I come back to the beginning, Mr. Speaker, that we all have to ensure we have what you call a collective responsibility. I think within the constructs of the creed when it was alive and doing the work, there was that concept. And Mr. Speaker, just again to say that the concept of collective consciousness or working together comes out of a Kalinago experience. Something that was called the Kudme in Creole is a Kalinago concept. Because no one man could cut down a tree to a gummy to make a boat. You had to bring the village together. No one man could take an axe and cut down the parts of the forest to make a house. So when the friends saw that, they say, what? They say, they give some hand. And it becomes part of our Creole language, but it comes out of the consciousness of people to work together. Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to celebrate that within the constructs of our society. Because what we're doing here today, Mr. Speaker, is basically a good me. Because we're here, we put our ideas together, we put in our expertise together, and we're bringing up a budget for the Minister of Finance to say how can we make the country better. And I say, Mr. Speaker, we can do plenty more, but we are doing a lot, Mr. Speaker. So, in the end, really, if we want to ensure that Dominica continues to thrive and be a place to enjoy. Because once we build our international airport, once we get our marina in place, that means that our country is more accessible to the world. And we want people to come into an environment that is healthy and clean. Yes? And I just say, Mr. Speaker, I have a unique experience every day. I get up in the east, I see the sunrise. I have a shower, I do my stuff, I have breakfast, and I drive, Mr. Speaker, through the rainforest. Yeah. And I have a little old Jeep, I just bend the cover back sometimes, and a little rain drizzle me sometimes, I feel good. So I stop in Bellas and I drink some water from a source there, a little water hole. Yeah? And I drive through all Dominica, and I come to work on the West Coast. I try my best, Mr. Speaker, to do honest work. I try very hard. And once I'm done for the day, Mr. Speaker, I see the sunset. I drive in under the cliff, I see the sunset in orange on the horizon. I have experienced a whole in Dominica, sunrise to sunset. Yes, sir. And depends on what time I go up, Mr. Speaker, after cabinet, I see the moon. No, Mr. Speaker, these are things on a very serious note. These are things that people pay. People leave Europe, people leave America to come. We have that for free, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not saying that when we get people access to our country, this is what we have to offer them. And so we have to play our part. I mean, it say that, like my friend says, say we bagay, that's serious business. Because we can't take this for granted, Mr. Speaker. So at the end, it appears to me, Mr. Speaker, that we have to, in terms of solid waste management, we ourselves as people have to reduce, reuse, recycle. But I dare say one more thing that I'm going to work with the manager to install or to establish, that sometimes we have to refuse. There's some things you have to refuse, Mr. Speaker. And so we spoke a little bit about it. We started talking about vehicles coming into the country, the age of vehicles, because it appears to me we don't want our country to be a dumping site for vehicles. I know it's a sensitive issue because something that man can afford. You check, we know that. But it is important thing to have a conversation about, Mr. Speaker, because we do not want to continue to be the dumping ground for all sorts of things, just because that we can afford. So we have to continue the conversation, and Dr. Mark spoke about this very candidly. So we have to minimize the use of single-use of plastic. We did that, Mr. Speaker. Plastic, but some people still go to this thing, and some people still pay money and still buy plastic bags. But I just want to encourage you to recycle. You reuse containers and bags, Mr. Speaker. When I grew up in the Cargo territory back in the 1980s, that means I old. My parents and my grandparents recycle stuff. At a certain point in my life, I realized, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a good habit, you know, because fellas would take a jerry can. It had a big skull with bones on it. I'm gonna shake water in that and collect water, you know. So it maybe was not a good habit, but it was recycling. All of the containers we put lentils and rice and flour. We recycle stuff. Yeah, the old refrigerator you put in the backyard, you throw some soil in that, and you plant some vegetables. So these are things we were doing, Mr. Speaker. So we can do that in a serious way. And Mr. Speaker, I dare say to the listening public that we need to sort things out at our home. I don't think it takes much, Mr. Speaker, to get a 5-gallon bucket or a Harris Spence bucket, and let's put everything that rots in it. Just imagine you have a 5-gallon bucket, you put everything that rots in it, you have some clear plastic bags, you put cans and bottles in it so you can see what's in there, and in the garbage bin you have stuff that can go to Roseau. A simple thing. Now, I do not think, Mr. Speaker, in all honesty, that it has to be a whip or a policy by government to tell you to separate those things, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, as a state, we have a right, we have a responsibility to manage that in the big sense. But I don't think when we spoke about, we envisioned the Solid Waste Management Corporation was to go and tell man to separate things and do that. It was to manage it at the bigger level. And so, yes, when we travel, Mr. Speaker, we do that stuff. We have a gum and we think and put in our pocket. We mess up our jacket sometimes. We do not throw things from our car. So if we can do it in a state that is foreign to us, why are we, according to the elders, why are we polluting Mother Earth, Mr. Speaker, by throwing a KFC box in Pocasset? So I'm just saying we need to do this. Mr. Speaker, we also have to look seriously about protecting the forest, because the forest is an asset. I'm aware of foresters who have been out there. Right now we may have planted more than 10 acres of mahogany in the forest. So it means that we can harvest, but we can harvest in a responsible way. My ancestors did that, building candles from the Gambia. People in rural communities would cut down lumber to make houses, build their homes. So we can cut down, Mr. Speaker, but how do we cut down? So that's a little word of caution to people who own lands that are sloping lands. You need to manage that for soil erosion. If you're close to the river, you ensure that the river can only flow and water your plants if you keep the forest to maintain it. So if you destroy the watershed, then you're going to mess it up. Mr. Speaker, before I became the minister, I thought that was common sense. Just not cut down a tree by a river. But it means that we have to go on a campaign. Here's what you, Mr. Speaker. And people tell us in some circles, you need to do more PR, you need to go out and talk to people. But what is your responsibility? You're responsible as a person. That you don't think that if you cut down a tree by a river, they think, it will fall apart. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to do this. So we have to avoid cutting trees near the water sources. And apart from that, Mr. Speaker, we need to participate in the process. You need to participate in replanting trees. I find we want to cut down trees too much. We want to cut down trees and just pour concrete on the ground. And I think we should plant. Because, Mr. Speaker, those plants, they take a little while. When you plant a mahogany tree, you will get benefits of it for maybe 10, 15 years. So that's a good investment in your child or your grandchild. But in your own lifetime, you could have destroyed it and make things worse, Mr. Speaker. And we also need to show some respect to the national parks and protected areas, Mr. Speaker. We have done a lot of work in the past few years around the national park, the Mount Wapita National Park, because people have private lands and people, of course, people have to live, people have to survive. We are a country that's based on agriculture primarily, Mr. Speaker.
15 minutes, 15.
But in so doing, Mr. Speaker, we have to respect those areas. So when the park wardens say, hey, Panda, you can't do that. So there's an old saying among those of us who are deep in environment work, or sometimes they call us tree hoggers. We have to be, you should take pictures, Mr. Speaker, and leave memories. Take pictures of the nice things and leave memories. Don't leave a bottle, a beer bottle or a soda can or a plastic bag or gum. So you take pictures, and then you leave memories in this space. So respect the parks that we have. And Mr. Speaker, we have some nice parks in the country. I'm seriously, we have the Caribbean National Park, we have the Mount Wapita National Park. And this thing, Mr. Speaker, is not only for us in Dominica. This is a UNESCO park. And so it's ascribed, as they say, in the proper parlance. It's ascribed as a UNESCO park. So it has a value not just to us, Mr. Speaker, but to the international world. And they're also looking at how we treat it for ourselves because it's part of our heritage. Mr. Speaker, we need to keep our communities clean. I mean, the NEP program, which I'm happy to lead and to chair over in a sense, one part of it is the cleanup and beautification. And that's the biggest part of it, Mr. Speaker. And I want to commend the wonderful folks. When I came in this morning from the Canago space coming down, they were on the road, and the road was wet. So it means it was raining. And they were there. And then I know when they were cutting the grass, they got bottles in there. Mr. Speaker, if you don't know, I have done it, you put a swiper or a brush cutter in a bottle. It gets on your Zoko jam, your shin, Mr. Speaker. Or you get a rotten piece of chicken in a bag and you hit that. So it stays on your nose for a couple of hours, Mr. Speaker. And these are the real things that people face every day on the road. So we have to play our part in keeping the community clean. Dispose of the waste in bins. If you can buy the bins for free $400, we can get buckets. We can get other containers. And we have to stop this thing of dumping things by the rivers. So, Mr. Speaker, every holiday, I check it out. I've done this research myself. Every holiday, fellas go on a river line. Yeah, let's go by a river and cook our food. That's what they say. After they cook the food, plastic on the ground, seasoning thing, Coke bottle. I don't want to discriminate, but there's a BB bottle on the ground, a pink grapefruit juice container on the ground. And so after enjoying the river and enjoying the nice food, broth or whatever you have, you just leave this stuff there. So we have to be able to do more. And one thing I think, Mr. Speaker, we also have to do, and I find we are sort of very coward, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting our environment. We see people, Mr. Speaker, doing illegal activities, dumping stuff. We say nothing. We say, well, because he's our partner, he's my friend, or my girlfriend, or my boyfriend, my thing, I don't report it. And then, Mr. Speaker, you want us to put a sign saying, do not dump. I mean, Mr. Speaker, come on. If you see a ravine there, or a little cliff, and down there have a nice pool or a nice beach down there, your mind, Mr. Speaker, don't say to your conscience, say, don't throw stuff over there. You need a sign to say that. And to also say the charge will be $1,000 by management of solid waste. I mean, Mr. Speaker, we have to get serious. So we have to be able to report those illegal activities. We're doing some good work with the police department, moving derelict vehicles. And you tell me you live in a house on a street somewhere in Dominica, and a vehicle on that road there. Since you live in there, and you don't know whose vehicle it is. Really. You don't know whose vehicle it is. It is parked there. And you say, what the authority is doing. And it appears to me that we only talk about that when it affects us. So when the rats come into the vehicle now and goes into our homes, then we have a concern. So we have to play a part in reporting these illegal activities, Mr. Speaker. And the last thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, we also have to support people who are on this move for various ways. The village councils who work with us, the NEP who work with us, the various PALREPs. I mean, the PALREPs do a lot of work, just because sometimes I find PALREP is priest, PALREP is environment officer, everything called a PALREP. Nobody, people are afraid to call some people in the public service, Mr. Speaker, or people who are in charge of things because we don't respond to them. And so the PALREPs are doing a serious work to ensure that we continue to practice what I would like to call eco-conscious living, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, simple term, but we have to be able to live in one with nature. So, as I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I want to continue to tell this in public that we have a part to play. We have a big responsibility to play. We want things, we want all kinds of things, and sometimes we think somebody owes something, Mr. Speaker. But also, while we have that right to certain things, we have a responsibility to play our part and play it in a big way. I'm going to Trump bigly. And also, in the final analysis, Mr. Speaker, when we go on the international level and we speak about policy, we policy and we look at the various things we do at the international level. We also must advocate for environmental policies, because you see, Mr. Speaker, people have a lot of issues with policies and engagement, but the things we benefit in our policies of years ago. So we have to have the proper research done, Mr. Speaker, and we have to be able to empower the folks who go out there to do the hard work to ensure that we advocate for climate change policies, but also for environment policies that affect us locally. And Mr. Speaker, I just say that we are doing a pretty good job, and I want to encourage all of us in this Parliament to play our part, to continue the work that we're doing. Don't be daunted by people who doubt the work that we do. I think we are valuing what we do. And if we do this in a timely way, we can go to sleep good at night, Mr. Speaker, and we could be a generation that those who come after us can say, yeah, he did his best, he tried, and then we're going to continue that legacy. So the legacy of the Dominican Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, as I have been 70 years here, 70 years is a legacy of doing a lot of work. And all of the senior members here, or the past PALREPs, for example, in the Salve Constituency, who I happen to have a lot of respect for, the Kelly Grano, Ashton Grano, Cassius Darrow, and the branch of the constituency, who keep on telling me about the work of Labour, when Labour was powder, and the stuff we have done for the last 70 years. It's a legacy of doing things and doing things better, not daunted by the issues that affect us. Because, Mr. Speaker, we're really doing all of what I'm saying there in hard times. And I don't have to remind you about the wars that are happening, the sort of difficult financial environment that we're in, but we're able to do that stuff. And although we're doing this, Mr. Speaker, we still have people who are opposing it and who are trying to put a little spook in our tie, in a sense, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to wholesomely support the budget as presented by the Honourable Minister of Finance, and also the support of the cabinet colleagues. I know I have good people who have my back, Mr. Speaker, and I think we can make Dominica or Waitiguli a better place, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I don't usually comment on presentation of members of this honorable house, but Honorable Kosi and honorable house members of the house, I remember years ago when you came to me and asked me how you did, how you performed, and I told you that a man of your ability should focus on your own style and don't read and see how far you have come in regard to a grasp of the thing, following the rules, not imputing improper motive, and showing mastery and knowledge of your different department and your constituency. But I'm not there to endorse you, but I just wanted to highlight that so that when future, if we have in training, somebody like you, Dr. Vince Anderson, and the Honorable Prime Minister can help us, because I'm thinking that starting in 2026, I will enforce the rule in regards to the reading. I will go full throttle and enforce the rule because I think there are many members who can help other members. So again, I appreciate how you follow the rules, did not read, focus on your thing and do what you have to do. Thank you. Honorable Edwards, proceed.
Good afternoon, House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I stand this afternoon to give my full support to the budget as was presented by the Honorable Dr. Irvin McIntyre. Mr. Speaker, it is a budget that was put together with consultations. It was not done by him alone. And Mr. Honorable Austin Lockhart just told me that before Labour Party, there was no consultations in budget presentations in Dominica. The Minister of Finance just came, he presented his budget, and that was how it is. So the thing that we think that are normal was started by the Dominica Labour Party, and we consulted. And Mr. Speaker, Dr. McIntyre always told me when he was the Minister for Health, lest we pack out with our themselves head, meaning that knowledge doesn't reside in one head. So he went out, he consulted the public, he consulted the youth, he heard what they have to say, so it is a budget for the youth. He went to the farmers, he heard what they have to say, so it is a budget for the farmers. Right. He consulted the DAIC and the business people of Dominica, he listened to them, it is also a budget for them. And he spoke to his public servants and his other workers in other departments, he listened to what they have to say, and he also prepared that budget for them. So we could call it a budget for the people, with the people, by the people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I listened to my other colleagues, I was telling myself there is nothing else I can say. But with a budget that was so well put together, I decided I must say something short as it may be. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to some people in the communities, and I met a young lady, and she is telling me that she has no degree in economics or in accounts, but she can understand that budget very well because she's taking care of an elderly lady who lives with her, an ordinary housewife. And she says that the fact that she heard Dr. McIntyre say that there will be a reduction in certain food items, there will be a reduction in the what we call Pampers, adult diapers, she can put together, and it doesn't need a genius or a person with a degree to understand that if you were buying something for $5, it is now $3. You are saving money. You can use that money. So she told me to tell Dr. McIntyre that for her. So Dr. McIntyre, I'm carrying a message. I met two young men from the Southeast, and they were speaking to me, and they told me that when I meet with the Honorable Roland Rui, tell him that they heard what he had to say concerning the land. Because if they are young men, they need land to work, and they don't have land to work, and they are now hearing that they are going to get land at how much? $1. You doesn't need to be an economist to know that that's a good move. So they tell me to tell Dr. Roye for them when I meet him that that will be a very good thing for the farmers. So the Ministry of Agriculture, I am passing the message from 4 young men from the Southeast. Mr. Speaker, I came this morning. I went to the government headquarters trying to get some notes. I had no time to make the notes because I met some public servants and they had to build a house as yet. And 3 young women are telling me that when you meet Honorable Melissa Skerrit, tell her for me that I have been trying to build my house. I am a single parent. I have no land title, and I cannot go to the bank. But I heard what she said. She said that she will be giving the Ministry of Housing, the government of Dominica, will be having a loan for houses for public servants at 2%. So tell Honorable Skerritt, when I meet her, she's very happy for what she heard about housing. But Mr. Speaker, there is another one. There's another one who had already built her house. She said, I'm happy for you because I had to pay 9% on mine. But it doesn't matter, that was then. But now, things are better. So I'm happy for you. So, Mr. Speaker, I am just conveying what was told to me to tell my colleagues in the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, this budget was put together at a time when things in the world are not easy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you're talking about wars that you have nothing to do with, but will affect you, will affect your plate, will affect your children, will affect what you have to buy, your medicines, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about climate change. Dominica had no contribution to climate change. We don't have any fossil fuel, or we don't contribute carbon dioxide much. In fact, we have a surplus, I think, of oxygen. We just right. So, but yet, Mr. Speaker, we are the ones feeling the brunt of it. So to come to this honorable house, as Dr. McIntyre did, to present a budget in a time like now, with such good goodies in it, Mr. Speaker, we must congratulate him. Mr. Speaker, when I read part of the budget, I could not read everything. I told myself, but I have to commend Dr. McIntyre and tell him that some of the very same people that are giving him all the mepui for removing VAT, a young guy told me they were praising a government from a neighboring country for removing the same VAT. So they are praising another country's prime minister or minister for finance for removing VAT on food items, for removing VAT on household items, for stopping VAT or reducing it on sanitary napkins and other things. But the very same people are criticizing Dr. McIntyre. Don't be discouraged, Dr. McIntyre, you're doing the correct thing. You're doing the correct thing. Mr. Speaker, every single ministry, I'll be very brief, every single ministry is given their share of the pie. The Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, as we know, has been working very hard. Some people are criticizing the Ministry of Health. I don't think that is justified at all, because, Mr. Speaker, we know where we came from. There is no way on earth you could put a budget together and not thinking of where you are now and where you were before, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government inherited a Ministry of Health without proper health centers. I worked in the primary health care department, I know. Health centers were ill-equipped. They were not staffed properly. This is the government that built 14 health centers, Mr. Speaker. Put the infrastructure in place. Mr. Speaker, the then Princess Margaret Hospital was built in 1953-54. It remained that way for several decades. And in fact, some people thought it would have been impossible to build a new structure on an existing structure. But this government built a new hospital. Not only did they build the new hospital, Mr. Speaker, it was equipped with modern equipment on par with regional hospitals or even international hospitals, Mr. Speaker. That is where the Ministry of Health, the hospital came from and where it is today. No ICU, a very small casualty, a little blood bank, very few specialists, Mr. Speaker. You had a gynecologist, Dr. Sorrento, surgeon, Don McIntyre, and if you had to do neurosurgery, you had to go to Martinique or Guadeloupe, Mr. Speaker. But there is a specialist in Dominica. I heard the minister say this morning that some surgeries were done. Vascular surgery had to be done overseas, Mr. Speaker. eye surgery for a long period had to be done overseas. But this government built the hospital, equipped it, and all these surgeries would be done in Dominica instead of going overseas, Mr. Speaker, saving our people money. And what makes it even better, Mr. Speaker, quite a few of the specialists that are here are Dominicans, Dominican people, Mundominic, born and raised here, went to secondary school here, and from the small villages, La Plaine, Castle Bruce, we only knew doctors. At times a child called me Dr. Kent, and the child said, but they are black doctors now? Because every doctor they knew came from Europe. So we are producing our own doctors now. We are producing our specialists now. And we should commend ourselves for that. Commend ourselves for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, primary health care, Dominica can boast of a primary health care system that the rest of the world envy, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, primary health care, as we all know, is preventive care, Mr. Speaker. That is where you go, because it is accessible, it is affordable. You go there, and there are health professionals on call 24/7 in every community in Dominica, every community, Mr. Speaker. So if you have yourself in a community, you don't have to wait. The public, I'm saying that to everybody, you don't have to wait until you feel sick to go to a health center to check your blood pressure or to check your blood sugar, Mr. Speaker, because the health centers are equipped and they are open 24/7. And I can tell you that Dominica primary healthcare system is in fact one of the best on earth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are having a little issue with, not a little issue, it's a global issue in fact, NCDs. But this government this ministry led by Honorable Cassandra Laville has put together a special department, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the NCDs, to work with the people of Dominica, and there are programs put together. We know that the high percentage of deaths are caused by the NCDs. We know that hypertension, diabetes, cancers, respiratory diseases, and even mental health. Some of them are lifestyle diseases. Some of them, most of them, is also hereditary. But you can do something about it, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this government is taking the NCDs very, very seriously. That is why, Mr. Speaker, there is a coordinator of NCDs in the Ministry of Health who goes around working with the health districts through the primary healthcare department to go to the communities, do health education sessions, go to the areas to the most vulnerable, to check on them and to take care of them, because we know that a healthy country will be a wealthy country, Mr. Speaker. And we are noticing as well that it is not only the elderly that are being affected. Younger people are being affected by NCD. So that tells us it's a lifestyle disease, some of them. That tells us that if a 25-year-old or a 30-year-old is obese, if a 25-year-old eats too much salt, it's too much sugar, because at the end of the day, you could have a very high standard of living and a poor quality of life. You could have your big house, your car, but you're obese. You're smoking cigarette. You drink too much alcohol. So we want to make people understand that we want to help their standard of living and the quality of life together, holistically. But it will depend on them. It's an individual thing, it's a lifestyle thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I just thought that the Ministry of Health and run by the Minister, Honorable Laville, is doing well. And there is room for improvement. We listen to you. We listen to what you have to say. And the Minister keeps meetings with his heads regularly. And we decide how we're going to tackle the health issues in Dominica. But, Mr. Speaker, having said this, quite a few of what is being said can be sometimes corrected. Medication-wise, Mr. Speaker, the central medical stores, they spent last year $6.5 million on procurement of medical supplies, Mr. Speaker. As we speak now, 90% is, we are on stock 90%. Stockouts only 10%. But Mr. Speaker, we can understand sometimes you will have stockouts. Because rarely and surely, Mr. Speaker, except the things created by God, most things are imported. And when there are supply chain issues, when there are other issues that affecting you, supplies will sometimes shipping issues will delay what you order. So sometimes when people are saying that they come to the hospital and certain things are not available, is that the fault of the Ministry of Health or the supplies manager or the Minister of Health? It was ordered, but shipping delays and other events can cause these things. So we are saying that in spite of that, but there are 90% in stocking presently, and monies are being spent. And this year, it is projected that $7.62 million will be spent in this financial year on medicines. So we are and not only that, the medicines that were being used in the past that we thought are not obsolete, because you never throw medicines, because someone could be allergic to the new one, and you might well have to go back to give them the old one that you thought that was not good. But there are some better medications, they're new. So we are now stocking up with some new medications for hypertension and diabetes essential medical stores to be on par with the rest of the OECS islands, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we look at our energy sector, geothermal. We look at the marina in Portsmouth. We know that the cable car will soon be ready for use, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, 7 new primary schools are being built, and my alma mater is now under repair, Dominica Grammar School. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget, we know that Dominica is moving forward. We know that we are going to be a better country, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to implement it, Mr. Speaker. And every single ministry, as I said, was given the chef of the pie, and every minister, and in fact, I'm very proud of them, a very good team of ministers. They work well together, and they take care of their ministries, Mr. Speaker. And when that budget is passed, it will be implemented. We started next week, and I'm willing to work with my Minister for Health, Mr. Minister for Health, and my pal rep, Minister Williams, at the Ministry of Social Services, Mr. Speaker. We work together and to build Dominica, Mr. Speaker, because we know that when this government decides to do something, they do it. We don't say we're going to do things that we don't do. And, Mr. Speaker, a budget, as Honorable Oscar Judge said, is a forecast. So you might not get the money to spend, but you cannot say that it was not spent. Because sometimes things are done cross ministries, as you know, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on that short presentation, Mr. Speaker, the short contribution, I wholeheartedly support the budget as was passed by the Honorable Minister for Finance. Thank you.
Yes, Senator, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the budget debate. I would also like to request permission to refer to my notes.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today not as someone seeking applause or approval, but as a young woman who understands that service begins long before you take a seat in this honorable house. I have felt the weight of responsibility, not in theory, but in practice. I have witnessed how communities shape identity, how culture holds memory, and how leadership often begins in quiet, unseen spaces. I have also come to understand what it means for women to take up spaces that were never designed for us in mind. Spaces built for others, not for voices like us. Yet we stand firm, reshaping those spaces with our presence and our strength. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement on Friday, I heard the words, "We remain committed to working with the youth," a noble sentiment, one that I sincerely hope is not only spoken, but honestly embraced by all sides of this honorable House. I often hear colleagues joyfully greeting their constituents, as they rightfully should. And I respect and encourage this connection. But, Mr. Speaker, I must also speak to a truth that too often goes unspoken. There are young people within your constituencies, vibrant, thoughtful, and full of potential, who do not share the same perspectives as you. They hold different views, they offer new ideas, and engage honestly. Yet they fear being cast aside, or for lack of a better word, they might even fear being victimized for expressing themselves. Mr. Speaker, I do not say this from my own mouth alone, but from the voices of many who have come to me in confidence, afraid that if they share something outside of the status quo, they will be ostracized. So, Mr. Speaker, as we debate the 2025 budget, I ask, are we truly committed to working with all the youth, even those whose voices challenge us, even those whose perspectives differ from the majority? I cannot help but reflect on a time that I stood here and debated in this honorable House. Though prepared and poised, I was met with sort of mockery, not because I failed to show up, but perhaps I stood on this side of the House. And in that moment, I quietly asked myself and wondered whether or not I was seen as a youth truly worth working with. Mr. Speaker, I raise this not to dwell on the past, but to challenge us all to do better. We owe it to ourselves and to the people we serve to truly engage with each other sincerely across party lines and differing opinions, to leave behind petty ridicule and instead reserve criticism for what truly merits it. I stand as a daughter of this soil, carrying the voices of the young people, the creatives, the farmers, the athletes, and yes, the dreamers who look to this honorable House for leadership and hope. Mr. Speaker, when I speak on this budget, I speak not from position, but from presence, from knowing and living among those who will be impacted, not by the promises inscribed on paper, but by the reality of whether these promises are kept. Mr. Speaker, with all that has been said about valuing young voices, about doing better for those who dare to think differently, it would be impossible for me to begin anywhere else but with the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. For this ministry, in the financial year 2024-2025, we approved in this honorable House an amount of $11.8 million for investment in improvement projects. Unfortunately, the ministry was only able to spend $2.7 million, or 23.2%. Yes, Mr. Speaker. In other words, $9.1 million. 76.8% of the money approved for improvement projects in culture, youth, sports, and community development remain unspent. The promise was good. The performance was poor. We can do and should have done much better. Mr. Speaker, young people across Dominica are not short on talent or ambition. What they lack are consistent pathways to use those gifts meaningfully. Many are returning from universities, trade schools, and certificate programs only to sit at home, not because they're unwilling to work, but because the jobs are there, but are they really sustainable? Some are hustling daily, balancing side gigs with caregiving responsibility and community work, just trying to make it. Mr. Speaker, we often celebrate entrepreneurship, and rightly so, but we must also be honest. Not every young person wants or is able to be a business owner. Some want to work in government. Others want to develop careers in creative industries, agriculture, health, education, or tech. Yes, there are programs. I'm not dismissing this. Yes, there are grants. I'm not dismissing that as well. But the questions remain. Are these programs being communicated well to all communities, not just urban centers, Mr. Speaker? Are young people given real access, or is it limited to who they know or where they're from? Mr. Speaker, and once they're in these programs, do they actually live with long-term opportunities or just a certificate and a nice photo? Mr. Speaker, we need more transparent monitoring and evaluation, follow-up mentorship, and a shift in language. It's not just about what we offer, Mr. Speaker. It's about whether young people feel seen and served by the policies that bear their names. Mr. Speaker, sports is one of the most powerful tools that we have to foster discipline, confidence, and unity among our people. But too often, sports is still treated like a frill, something to dust off during independence or sports season. Yet, Mr. Speaker, you go into any community, north, south, east, or west, and you see young boys playing barefoot football on the rocky fields, young girls organizing rounders games on makeshift pitches. Despite the lack of resources, their passion is overflowing. What if we met that passion with infrastructure? What if we treated our sports programs the same as we treat all our academic ones? With long-term investments, trained personnel, scholarships, etc., continuous work. We must create pipelines that go beyond just primary school sports day. We need year-round access facilities for funding for clubs, leagues, and village tournaments. Let us not forget, Mr. Speaker, for many, sports is the first place that we learn self-discipline, teamwork, and community pride. Let's truly invest in that. Continue to invest. I'm here in the banter. Let's truly continue to invest in sports, not just as seasonal events, but the human development behind them consistently. Mr. Speaker, we keep saying the young people this, the young people that, the young people are the future. Well, the future is now. Mr. Speaker, youth councils should not exist only for formality or photo ops. They should be functioning bodies with clear responsibilities, annual budgets, proper leadership and training, legal backing to ensure accountability and continuity, regardless of which party is in power. Mr. Speaker, the young people I speak to don't just want to be handed tasks. They want to co-create solutions. But to many, they feel stifled, their village groups disorganized, their efforts unsupported, their voices drowned out by adult agendas. It doesn't necessarily have to be the government, sometimes even people in their own village. What I'm trying to say is that young people truly want to invest in their future. They want to make things happen. That is what I am saying. Imagine if their feedback shaped national youth policy not just once a year during consultations, but regularly. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of community empowerment, let's go beyond community centers. Let's empower the people inside them. Let's resource our village level organizers, our youth advocates, our artists, our volunteers, the ones who are already leading even without a title. Yes, of course, the load cannot only be on the government, but as the people in power, we deserve to teach our youth and nurture them, especially when it comes to leadership, whether it be in sports or anything else. Because leadership does not begin when you are only elected. It often begins when you are 16, tired, and still choosing to care. Mr. Speaker, I use this time to reflect on a past experience of my own. I have been involved in councils, clubs, volunteer work, even before the age of 16, some of them even before the age of 12. So I understand the importance of leadership and it being something that is truly nurtured for everyone and everyone being involved in it. Government, people outside of that, the athletes themselves, just truly investing in that. Mr. Speaker, If we are serious about preparing our people for the future, then we must look at the foundation of any society, our education system. Because how we educate is how we shape identity. And if we want excellence in Dominica, then we must invest not just in new buildings or curriculum plans, but in the people who hold the chalk, the students in the seats, and the purpose behind every lesson. Let me now turn to the Ministry of Education and Human Resource Planning. Last year, this Honorable House approved $22.8 million for investment projects in the Ministry of Education. $5 million of this amount was for the completion of the Dominica Grammar School. Mr. Speaker, the ministry spent $41.7 million, which was $18.9 million above budget, or 183% of its allocation. But, Mr. Speaker, $39.4 million of the total amount spent went to the Dominica Grammar School against a budget of $5 million. This means only $2.3 million, or 13% of the $17.8 million approved for other projects, was actually spent on those other projects in education, human resource planning, vocational training, and national excellence. The promise was good. The performance needs to improve. We can do better. Mr. Speaker, behind every doctor, lawyer, plumber, performer, or parliamentarian, there was a teacher. And yet, too often, their own needs tend to remain in the back burner. I've sat with teachers who spend their own money to decorate classrooms, buy snacks for hungry students, or print extra worksheets. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken with those who stay long hours because a student needs someone to talk to, not because it's in the contract, but because they care. Mr. Speaker, yes, we've seen teacher training programs, we've seen scholarship opportunities, we see initiatives, they are there, I'm not dismissing them. But empowerment goes beyond professional development. It's about timely compensation. It's about safe, clean working conditions with functioning bathrooms, enough furniture, and access to digital tools. It's about emotional and mental health support, especially as teachers are now having to play the role of counselor, mentor, and even parent. And most of all, it's about voice. Teachers should not be left out of consultations and policies that are designed. They are the ones in the trenches. They know what works and what doesn't. Mr. Speaker, we ask our teachers to show up with excellence, so let us continue to truly honor their daily sacrifice with more than just an applause on World Teachers' Day. Let us make teacher empowerment a year-round commitment, because no education reform can succeed without their full buy-in, their protection, and their power. Mr. Speaker, I am all for technical and vocational training in Dominica. But, Mr. Speaker, not every child is academically inclined, and we have seen that. It's something that has been recognized. And that does not make them less intelligent or less capable. Some children come alive with a pen in their hand, with a tool, a brush, a wire, or a recipe. They think in textures, in rhythms, in blueprints and measurements. And it's time that we not just treat it as a plan B, but really sustain it. Yes, there are efforts to expand technical and vocational training. There are initiatives that have already commenced and are continuing. There are programs and skill training initiatives. There are workshops, small business support schemes, and training centers. But, Mr. Speaker, we have still failed in one major way. We have not yet placed TVET on the same pedestal as traditional academics. The stigma still lingers, Mr. Speaker. Too many young people feel as if they're not passing CXC or CAPE, they've somehow failed, that TVET is what you do when you're not good enough. And that message, whether spoken or silently reinforced, has done real harm. We've lost brilliant young mechanics, stylists, electricians, chefs, etc., not because they didn't have talent, but because the system may not really honor their gifts, because their families and communities too were never taught to see those paths as valid, viable, and worthy of respect. So TVET is truly something that we have to foster and make a household name. Mr. Speaker, Even as we offer TVET programs, we must ask ourselves, are we actively rebranding TVET to reflect dignity and opportunity? Are our schools, counselors, and guidance departments promoting TVET with the same energy as they promote university? Are our instructors and facilitators being treated as professionals? Are our graduates being tracked, supported, and celebrated, not just enrolled and forgotten? Mr. Speaker, technical and vocational training must not be an afterthought. It must be central to our education and economic development strategy, especially if we're serious about reducing youth employment and unlocking innovation. Mr. Speaker, if we want to build a resilient, inclusive economy, we must invest in the hands and minds of all of our youth. Mr. Speaker, if we say we are building a nation, a real, resilient, inclusive nation, then we must recognize that education alone is not enough. A student with a brilliant mind but an anxious heart will still struggle. A teacher with passion but no peace of mind will still get burnout. And communities where silence surrounds pain, especially emotional pain, will continue to lose people far too soon. So it is not just classrooms that need continuous investments. It is our hospitals, our clinics, our counseling services, and our social protection systems. Because if we do not feel well mentally, physically, emotionally, then nothing else can flourish. It is with this awareness that I now turn to the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and Social Services, not just as a line item in a budget, but as the living pulse of our people. Mr. Speaker, in order to make things better for our people, we must revise. We approved $7.5 million for health sector improvement projects in 2024 to 2025. Of this amount, the ministry only spent $1.9 million or 25.6%. 5.6 million or 74.4% of the budget approved was not spent at a time when growing public concern over the decline in the quality of healthcare services was rampant. The promise was good, but of course, we can do better. Mr. Speaker, this year, Dominica has tragically recorded more than one suicide, a devastating reminder that mental health cannot remain a peripheral issue. We must move beyond mere awareness campaigns and invest in sustainable mental health infrastructure. Too often, young people suffer in silence, battling anxiety, depression, trauma, and emotional fatigue without access to adequate support. This issue is not confined to urban centers. It extends to every village and every community. Our response must be comprehensive, more trained mental professionals, integration of mental health services into schools and community centers, and long-term emotional resilience programs. We must normalize conversations around mental health, making it part of our everyday life. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Honorable Laville's speech in regard to mental health, and he made some solid points. We as a society play a huge role in the curb of mental health as it relates to suicide and any other mental issue that not only young people face, but people in Dominica by extension. It is something that we all have to work together in creating a positive impact, a true positive impact, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last year I acknowledged health infrastructure, but today I wish to highlight the backbone of our healthcare system, the nurses, just shedding some really important light on them. And I say this not to dismiss the efforts of other medical practitioners. They all play critical roles. Just like teachers, nurses deserve to always feel empowered, respected, and supported. I went to school with some of these individuals who graduated to be nurses. I saw the smiles on their faces, the joy, the immense pride to be working in the healthcare system. They wanted to serve, they wanted to give their all. But too often that light dims, and we may not see that because it's not because they stop caring. Perhaps it is because we may not pay attention to them. Their working conditions, continuous training, proper staffing, transportation, and even their mental health. So, Mr. Speaker, it's truly just I'm truly just shedding some light on the nurses and their general well-being, encouraging us to pay more attention to them
10 more
and
minutes. 10.
as they have always taken care of us. Because in order to have a strengthened health system and improve the quality of care for all patients, we have to take every individual into regard. While nurses are often the face of care within hospitals, there are other working individuals just as relentless in the background, in homes, schools, villages, and communities, and that is our social workers. These are the people who respond to child abuse, elder neglect, family crises, poverty, and mental health breakdowns. They do so quietly, sometimes often with not much resources, recognition, or protection, and yet they are critical to national wellness and safety. We must acknowledge a deeper issue, Mr. Speaker, which is that many people still don't even know where to turn. Not long ago, I was speaking with a peer in town, a friend of mine, a very bright and thoughtful young adult. And as we spoke about certain social issues, they admitted that they have no idea what services really even exist and how to access help if they or someone they love needed it. That encounter really stuck with me because it revealed something important uh, in terms of strengthening the system, hiring more trained social workers across the island, ensuring that they have access to transportation, legal backing, safety protocols, better public awareness campaigns, making sure that social services are not hidden in policy documents, but visible and accessible to every man, woman, and child. Mr. Speaker, I come from a community where farming is not a policy, it is a birthright. Salisbury. My father is a farmer. Many of the elders I grew up around built homes, raised children, and sent some of them to school off the strength of the soil. So, Mr. Speaker, when I speak about agriculture, I do not speak in theory. I speak from the experience of seeing muddy boots by the door and the pride of bringing home a harvest that feeds more than your family, it feeds a country. Mr. Speaker, despite agriculture being the backbone of many households, there remains a deep stigma around it, especially among the youth. They don't think it's cool, and I don't think that's cool. Youth in agriculture, I support. But whilst I support it, we must stop romanticizing agriculture only in speeches and start modernizing it in practice. Let's empower students to create farm-to-table clubs, tech partnerships, and land access projects that show students how farming can be profitable, creative, and community-driven. And we need to tell the success stories, especially the ones of our youth. Because when young people see someone like them succeed, the path becomes real. So allow me to lift up a name from my own village, Kevin Vidal, who was named CARICOM Youth Farmer of the Year 2024. Kevin is a proof that when young people are given tools, recognition, and room to lead, they rise. He is not just feeding people, he's changing the narrative about what it means to be young and in agriculture. We need 10 more Kevins or 100 more. Just make agriculture cool again. Give them the tools, the support, a continued investment. The investment is there. There's youth in agriculture. You all have agriculture going. Let's just continue. All I'm saying is that let us continue with agriculture. That's all I'm saying. I never say you all don't have initiatives in place. Okay. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is not just about labor, it is about legacy, and I truly believe in the potential of Dominica. Okay. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to be clear. Yes, there are programs in place. Yes, we have seen investments, initiatives, and efforts across multiple ministries. This is not a speech to deny progress. It is a contribution meant to deepen it and ensure that it is consistent, as I have been stressing on, and available to all. okay. Because even with the right intentions, there will be gaps, missed voices, and things that slip through the cracks. And it is our duty as leaders to keep looking for those cracks and improve on them. Nation building is not a checklist, it is a constant process of listening.
Senator, take your time, take it easy. Yeah, you can drink some water. You can drink some water.
No, it's okay. I don't know what to Nation building is not a checklist. It is a constant process of learning, listening, and improving, especially when it comes to our youth. And speaking of youth, Mr. Speaker, I must address something I hear far too often. Young people are lazy, young people just like to see war. To say, to that, I say no. Young people are not lazy. We don't lack ambition. We are navigating real challenges in a changing world, often with limited support. And yes, we do like to party. We do like to celebrate. We like to gather. We like to create experiences and joy, just like the generations before us did in their youth. The same ones who now criticize what they once enjoyed. Look at the bike festival which was recently hosted in Dominica, an event that not only showcased culture and creativity, but brought in revenue, visibility, and community pride. Look at the upcoming breakfast fest or the events young organizers are curating island-wide, creating safe spaces, economic opportunities, and vibrant cultural moments. These are not distractions, they are expressions of who we are. Young people are creative, we are innovative, we are builders, we are contributors. And what we need is the assurance that our talents will not be stifled, our voices will not be silenced, our creativity will not be crippled. I repeat, our creativity will not be crippled, and our future will not be exported because we feel like we cannot thrive here. This country cannot afford to treat young people as just temporary projects. We must consistently work with our younger generation. So yes, young people this, young people that, well, let it be known that young people deserve continuous and consistent and sincere attention, not just photo ops and applause for complying. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Vincent, listen. So, Doctor, the Honorable, you may proceed. But you see, that's why I said next year, because the senator was better than the last time. But with speech, you know. So January next year, we're going to graduate now to just off script, you know. We need to graduate. Yeah. The parliament. So Honorable Vince, Honorable Henderson, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I'm trying to do a little breathing exercise to improve my mental health. After listening to my sister from the West Coast, I know we have that in common, that I am still off balance. I'm from the West Coast, you know, I'm from Central, Salisbury people. So I'm trying to gain my balance. So please bear with me. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to be able to make a contribution another year on the national budget, and I seek to cherish those opportunities as I know that there are not many more behind this. This may well be the last opportunity I may have as I make way to depart active politics. But Mr. Speaker, I therefore wish to take my time and to be as profound as I can, hoping that I can share something useful, because I think it is an opportunity that when one gets to speak, you should always seek to impart something useful and knowledgeable. Right. And I try my best to be as constructive as I can. And unfortunately, I'm speaking just after Ms. Senator Vidal, and I was admonished last time after speaking just after her by someone who I respect very dearly, and therefore I will not make any reference to anything she said, lest I may say something that once again may be considered to be offensive, especially the fact that they told me that she's a woman and I should be kind. And, you know, yes, but as we seek to achieve equality, I would think that all is fair in love and war. She accused us of romanticizing about agriculture, but she was very poetic in her presentation, and I must say I enjoyed it profusely. Mr. Speaker, a national budget really, I just feel it is important to speak to that. Everybody knows what's a budget because every year we pass in a budget. We've been doing this since statehood, I would assume, and more so from independence under our Constitution of 1978. But sometimes we go for a motion without examining what exactly it is. What is a budget? What is a national budget? And we need to resist the urge to compare a national budget to a family budget or a home. It's different. For simple reason, you know what your income is, you know what your salary is, you know how much money you're getting. You don't make no extra hustle, you don't have no side hustle, you don't have no extra money. But for a state, a budget is a statement which signals the government's intentions to collect revenue and to have, on the other hand, the expenditure. But when you're home, you know you're getting 1,005, you budget on that. But the state is using its best efforts, I will say, because I see the budget controller there, to give the most accurate projection of what we will collect by way of taxes, by grants, yes, whether we're going to contract loans. These are the ways the states will get the money to finance the activities that it will hope to spend on for the next 12 months, the fiscal year. So the 12 months may not necessarily be, as they say, a calendar year, but 12 months from July 1st to June 31st, the fiscal year. Because a lot was said about implementation rates and the ability to do a lot of things. So there are a few things to consider. So, one, are you able to collect what you said you were going to collect? Are people paying their taxes? Are people consuming as they should? Well, you think they would, and therefore you're collecting and you can adequately go ahead to finance those. But there's also another challenge with the implementation. In the case of the World Bank projects, funded projects, as is being implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture, it's not all in their hands. So the lack of implementation of $34 million is not squarely at the foot of the Ministry of Agriculture. It could simply be, and I know in most cases they were, because of the protracted processes of those agencies either providing grants or loans. And sometimes we simply are unable to implement the things that we promised to implement because of one of those reasons. So I just wanted to clarify that point because I know Senator Paris, in his very articulate presentation, did in fact say that. criticized the Minister of Agriculture, who he at least acknowledged was a very hard-working Minister of Agriculture. And on that, I agree with you, because Minister Rui has really gone through the length and breadth of Dominica to ensure that we can advance our agriculture agenda. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about something else that I know we often hear people debate about. And, you know, one of the things that come to mind is Dominica putting a budget together at a time like this, and I'm happy I heard Senator Rowe said that, and my good friend, Honorable Edwards, Senator Kent Edwards, again made reference to the context, and I think a few speakers, my neighbor, Minister Defoe, also made reference to the fact that this is a very difficult time globally. And he made the point about the reduction of the ODA, the Official Development Assistance from the government of the United Kingdom, and how fortunate Dominica is to have still received 117 million EC dollars to implement and to construct the Loubier to Granby Road. A very difficult time. Because yes, countries are more inward looking. We've seen the shift throughout the world where people are voting more nationalistic governments who are very right-wing and have very little care or concern for other countries and very little care or concern for the environment. So where we would normally be able to attract resources through official development assistance, through traditional sources, the Europeans, the North Americans, those things have disappeared. Thank God, and I want to say that very early and up front, thank God, we 21 years ago made a friend who has been there with us in thick and thin. The People's Republic of China has been able to carry us and to fill that gap, and in critical areas. In critical areas. In healthcare, the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, plus the additional personnel specialists and equipment that they continue to provide. In agriculture, being able to help us. And I know people like to accuse Labour Party because of its generosity and its strong social program of not teaching people to fish. But there's no other party in government that have taught more people to fish than the Labour Party. And similarly, the People's Republic of China has extended that hand to us, and we have to be grateful. But I'm saying all of this to say that to put a budget together in this very troubling times, wars, we don't talk about wars. The Ukraine war has been going on for 3 years. The Russia-Ukraine war has been on for 3 years. That has shifted a lot of resources into war. It have also had its impact on Western Europe that have led to even more inward-looking policies. The Gaza war, we thought it was just October 7th, was just a reaction of the attack of Hamas on Israel, and that this thing would die in a few days, a few weeks, a few months. Now we're talking about years. That is having serious implications for the entire Middle East. Iran has been dragged into the war. Lebanon on the other border, Syria on the other border. Syria is now seeking to find its way out of a 7-year conflict of civil war. And now we're seeing the disquiet being created internally and by external factors. It's a very difficult time. These things have serious implications. People just think those things far, and they're not affecting us. Logistics, supply chain. I mean, there are so many things that they do, and then the cost of goods and services become higher. Fuel. The thing I swear religiously, I look every day to check the reports to see what is happening to fuel prices, because as a minister responsible for regulating the price of fuel, I'm always concerned. Thank God that drill baby drill has not resulted in any major economic shift. I'm sorry for the uninitiated. the President of the United States, he promised that he would give more licenses to drill so that the U.S. would have more oil production. That has not materialized. But what we've seen is that the fear of the movement, especially in the Gulf of Hormuz, in the Middle East, we've not seen the kind of disturbances that have resulted in an increase in the cost of fuel. Thank God so far, and I hope that it will continue that way unabated. But, Mr. Speaker, it's a difficult time. But I want to say one more thing about the budget. A budget, and in this budget, there is something for everyone. So I'll give you a good joke about that. It may not be funny. But, no, someone can give yourself a joke then. But I heard a few of my colleagues said emphatically that there is something for everyone in this budget. And I'm thinking to myself, but I don't really see that. So I'm saying, and then I sat down for a moment, reflected. And I said, but in fact, a national budget has something for everyone. Everybody within the jurisdiction, the sovereign state, where a national budget is passed, there is something for everyone. National security. Thank you. You have the police, you have the law enforcement, health. All of us will get sick. The state is providing health care for everyone, access to health care for everyone within the state. Education, we have 57 primary schools in Dominica. The state is paying for that, for the basic education for our children, primary and secondary school. And then an early childhood education. And then I looked at it and I'm saying, but hold on, but even the ministry that I have the responsibility for, we provide diplomatic services to everyone. Everyone, every Dominican. We provide those services to them. We provide consular services to them. And then I looked at the Park House in Dexia. The state contributes $750,000 a year to run the multipurpose park houses in Portsmouth and in Roseau. And those park houses are responsible for ensuring that we provide a service so that when our agricultural produce get out of Dominica, they have a good quality, high quality, best quality, the Nature Isle brand, can have integrity. We pay for that. It is the revenue side that pays for that and the expenditure side. And that is a service that we provide for every Dominican. Then I go to the Bureau of Standards. And I see, but $500,000 a year for the Bureau of Standards? The National Center for Testing Excellence. And when I look for the list of tests we carry out, we do about 30 or 40 tests. We test almost every element in the periodic table. Kent, I didn't remember. I was going through my hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon. I was going through that in my mind, and I'm saying, oh, sorry, I used to teach chemistry, so yeah, the periodic table is in my head. So we test for almost every element. Water quality. Even for the Ministry of Health, we provide services. And those are heavily subsidized. If you look at it, and I think on the cannabis side, we'll also have to provide services to determine the content, the THC and the CBD content of cannabis. So we have been asked to provide that service for some countries, and some of our neighbors are asking us to provide that service. These are subsidized. Dominicans are employed there. Only Dominicans, by the way, employed there, working, heavily subsidized by the state to provide a service to ensure that we have access to those things that only the state. And the state has a monopoly on a lot of the things I spoke about. And I like to trouble the Minister of National Security. The state even has a monopoly on violence. The state is the only entity that can correct people and discipline people, arrest them and put them in a jail and take care of them and fix them. So that has to be provided for, and that comes from the budget. So there is something for everyone. So in addition to the 2% for the public officers, and I got a call from the time the announcement was made, I got a message. Pal Rep, boy, I'm so happy, it's a good thing. I waited. I'm ready to apply. Well, no, my application is already in. I'm ready to take advantage of the 2%. And these are the kinds of things that only the state can provide, because a commercial bank will not do that. Not even a development bank would do that. At 2%, giving young families and young people in the public service the opportunity to own their own homes. And that to me is a very progressive move, and I really, really want to support that. But Mr. Speaker, the struggle we have with the budget every year, and that has been the case for a long time, is that Dominica, with its 289 square miles, we find ourselves with a pretty decent land mass, but a very small population. And there is usually the debate that what Dominica needs is population. I don't quite buy that. I think what we need is consumption and production. We need consumption and production. Yes, we could do with a bigger population, so I'm not saying that I don't believe that could make a difference. But a population can be permanent or transient. We can have visitors who will come to a country and will consume much more than those of us who live there every day. Because when you visit a country, you're on vacation, you want to enjoy yourself, your average expenditure might be 200 US a night if you're not living by relatives and friends. So you have to stay at a hotel or Airbnb. You have to consume. You may rent a vehicle. Now you have to pay your 25, it's 25 or 30? $30 to visit the sites. So you have to pay 30 US dollars to visit the sites. 20, you see, yeah, I was right. 20 for the day pass. So I am saying this to say that with, whether it's water, greater consumption at the hotels, whether it's electricity, with more power demand, and hence being able to have more benefits to more people, because in the case of Domlec, the same overhead, more consumption, more revenue, they will be better. Then when you look throughout the entire country, you realize that we need consumption. So I'm going to talk a little about consumption and that transient population, because tourism holds one of the greatest potential for immediate growth in that. Immediate growth. And this is why the investments that we have made in the expansion of the Douglas Charles Airport, and the Minister of Tourism and Aviation likes to say that, the grooving of the runway. I never know you have to groove a runway, but she likes to say it. So Minister, thank you so much for those investments. The expansion and the grooving of the runway have led to securing American Airlines, because we are at risk of losing them. And I will tell you, I know fellas like to say I travel in plenty. I never deny that. But I'm the foreign minister. I have to go foreign. But anyway, but you know, Mr. Speaker, when you go on American Airlines from Miami, that flight is almost always full, or at least 75% capacity. And the most important thing, boy, the amount of non-Dominicans I seen around. So we did that. We made that investment so we would secure the American Airlines flight. But interestingly, we got United. United to fly from New York City. New York City, yeah, New Jersey is New York City. Sorry, I mean, you don't know that. I'll give you a little. It's try, New York City, Yeah. So we have a flight directly from New Jersey. But the important thing there is, again, I think for the first 4 months, Minister, we had a 77% capacity. I mean, that is amazing. So I did a little back of the envelope calculation. I'm saying, boy, 77% in 4 months. When you check it out, if you say 50% of the people on that flight were Dominicans, with 1,848 people, time you check it out, you have about 750 people are non-Dominicans. Now imagine each person had to spend $200 for 7 nights. You know how much money that passed in Dominica in that 4 months because of that investment and that guarantee that the government gave to United? So whatever the little thing we may have had to pay was not as significant as the benefits that we got. That is the kind of investment that we continue to make, and I am satisfied, Minister. I saw the numbers, and you know I like to look at the numbers. I looked at the numbers of visitors, and Mr. Speaker, I want to courtois you a little bit. I have a PowerPoint. I'm just kidding. But Mr. Speaker, I just, going back to Standing Order 41.8, I just wanted to inform you that I don't need your permission to refer to my notes. Because section 41.8 says, Standing Order 41.8 says that a member cannot read their speech, their presentation without the leave of the speaker, but may refer to their notes from time to time to refresh their memory.
Yes, you are correct.
I'm refreshing my memory, and I don't need your permission. So
you are correct. You are correct.
I just wanted to tell you that, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, interestingly, the numbers are encouraging. The tourism numbers are encouraging. And you know, sometimes something so good, you just feel it. Yes. You don't need a study to tell you that. You don't need, a survey to tell you that. You just feel the vibe. You see it, you feel it. And I told the minister that. So I was not surprised when I saw the numbers. I mean, we're looking at, boy, I really getting older, boy. I have to have a visual aid in order to fully. So the stay over 24-25, 86,972, and cruise 348,063. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at an increase between 24-25 and 22-24. We're looking at a significant increase of visitor arrivals and steady growth, as can be seen from 2022-23, 23-24, and now 2025. So far, we are seeing, record tourist arrivals into Dominica. So the investments that we're making are working. What we need to do is to continue those investments. And I am convinced that this year, if we are able to continue along that line with the new flights, and I should say, these new numbers, the 86,000 coming from 82,000, this additional visitors is at the time when we lost Silver Airways from San Juan. We lost Silver, and people don't even know. People don't even know, because we still have access. And now regional travel has benefited from major investments, Sunrise, the expansion of Inter-Caribbean, although I still feel the Minister of Aviation needs to write to these people and tell them stop treating Dominicans so badly. They're always cancelling, they're leaving you somewhere, something happening, and they're playing tricks with you. That's the worst part. They're not forthcoming with information, and I'm convinced we need to have a passenger bill of rights to protect passengers, because these airlines are taking advantage of our people. But we have seen increased flights coming into Dominica, connecting the Caribbean and North America. So Sunrise, as I said, Inter-Caribbean, Caribbean Airlines, very reliable, great service. We need excellent service and excellent connections from Europe, especially from France and the Netherlands. Excellent via St. Martin. So we have increased, and Liat 20, of course, you have to talk about Liat. Because Liat is now providing, more connections throughout the entire region. Now they go into Kingston and Montego Bay. So we are seeing a sort of a growth of regional travel that we can benefit from. Because what we have found and what the numbers are showing is that the 11,000 visitors that come around October, around Creole Festival, compared to the 7 and 6 and 8,000 in August, for example, of the same year, that we need greater capacity to move people from the region into Dominica to enjoy our festivals. Because, to a great extent, the young people have really put us on the map. And I mean, of course, my constituent, being a veteran in that business, in the bouillon business, they have brought Dominica's name so high that people want to come to Dominica to experience the bouillon. So we see in Carnival and Creole Festival that we have the capacity now to have more seats, more people coming into Dominica, especially from the Southern Caribbean. The Trinidadians are now coming in more. Yes. The St. Lucians have always been coming. We have the ferry connecting, you know, the French territories and St. Lucia. And those things can continue to grow. So we are doing everything that we need to do to bring more people into Dominica. But there are a few missing links, Minister, that we need to work on, and it's not up to you, because you only deal with the infrastructure given to you. We have to ensure that we complete some of those hotels. That's the missing link. Airbnb, great 800 rooms available via Airbnb. That is not enough. Plus, some people prefer to go in a hotel room where they can order room service and chill out. They don't want to go in the kitchen and make things or go and look for food. That's why people that come and lime and those sleeping in the room just come there and change their clothes. Or families perhaps bigger, but you know, people looking for something different. We have a great product in Intercontinental. I mean, Secret Bay and its expansion and its new facilities, the restaurant facilities, excellent for tourists. Colibri Ridge, we have some great facilities. Jungle Bay is providing an excellent service and is working hard to bring visitors to Dominica. The Fort Young and its new expansion and being able to bring especially divers into Dominica from the Midwest, from parts of the US, that is really, these factors are all coming together to see a massive growth in the sector, but we need more hotel rooms. And that's why the investment that we made a few years ago using the CBI to finance hotels, that was the right thing to do. But the challenges that we are faced with the CBI perhaps is an opportunity now for us to rethink the approach and to ensure that we can bring these facilities to completion. Because as we keep investing more in marketing and promotion, targeting our marketing so that we can essentially get the divers, we can get people who are nature lovers, not necessarily the backpackers, although we welcome them, but the high-end nature lovers, those people who want to feel that they are spending their money in a place where people appreciate, protect God's gift to humanity, our nature. And these are the type of things that we need to see a little more injected into our tourism. And the Minister of Tourism gave me the assurance that even our marketing is going to focus more on that product. Our enhancement of our marketing to be more targeted. And as we move to the village tourism. I prefer village. I don't like community. Yeah. Community sound like anything, any collective of people, anything. I like village. Village has a special connotation. Yes. Yeah, village is an immersed experience. You know? Yeah, well, cottage and them, I mean, you have a whole hotel there, you have, let people like people Granby have a hotel talk about village tourism, man. And we have an excellent product. We have a cultural product. We have breakfast fest. And we have to thank Asa for that. And Asa has been doing his own marketing. Boy, what I do with my brown thing now? I said I was going to bring my brown thing when I call his name. Oh, shit. But, you know, the truth is, the truth is, there are opportunities, precisely, there are opportunities in communities, and we need to promote those things as part of the national calendar of events. And that when we promote our tourism product, these are part of the things we can promote. And this is why I'm happy to see again for the third year, the investment for Matutu's Park in the budget, $250,000. No, that is just a drop of what we need. I hope you know that. Because the type of facility that we're seeking to create is to bring to life the culture of the South, the culture of Granby.
Yes.
Now, I have been able, fortunately, to get a volunteer, a young man from Granby, Shaka Dangaben, as an architect. He was able to do an excellent design for us. He gave us a design to help, a concept. We have also, I got my good friend and classmate, your quantity surveyor in the Ministry of Works, Susan Joseph, who was able to put together the quantities for us, and that was done several months ago. So we are hoping that the ministry this time around can meet with us, sit with us, because we have met. I have met with the cultural groups, the leaders of the community, the village council, the people who are involved in cultural activities, so that they can contribute to that final concept. It is not something that should be treated lightly, because this has a great potential, not only for the historic and emotional connection that the people have, but for the touristic value of cultural tourism. So if you build it well, you design it well, that we can have that facility. And then we can, I suspect we'll beat Creole Festival, eh? Because if I do that and I partner with ASA, all you can't touch us, eh? All you can't touch us, eh? But that is the kind of thinking behind it. And I'm happy to hear that ASA is going to, where are you going to, Geneva? Now, while I'm on that, Mr. Speaker, I have to take a pause on Geneva. Because when I got to Granby a few years ago, Geneva playing field was still pretty much, as one person commented on social media, was a Jurassic Park. It's really badly off. We were working, the funds were coming in. I used to trouble AFS a lot back in those days. Ed started the process. It was supposed to be about almost $900,000. When we got to a certain number, I wouldn't say what the number was, the thing stopped flowing. But anyway, I troubled efforts enough, and I called the PM a few times. We were able to get this done. But most importantly, it is the volunteers of Granby that get this thing done. So today, when you go to Granby and you pass and you see the most beautiful field in Dominica, I mean, let's face it. I mean, no, there's no debating that, man. That you're debating then. I mean, I had to end up buying the best lawnmower in Dominica to bring to Granby. A lawnmower where a man can just sit on that, cut grass and never go down and rake. The thing collecting its own grass as you drive in. When I sit down on that thing, and you have a little set there jamming, I will go and put magrams on it for him. And when you see Itai start to roll that's a serious investment. But we have two mowers. And as the Minister of Tourism and member for Sofia knows that the second one is available for anyone who wishes that we assist you, as we have done in Point Michel, and we can go anywhere. The only condition is my partner have to go with it. Is he alone that driving them thing? So we have two of them. We make sure they're in good condition. You know, but the point is, Mr. Speaker, the investment that we've made in Geneva playing field, I want to say this, because coming back to the village tourism concept, that in the case of Geneva, with fellows like Itai, you know, Willie Favre, Amo Thomas, you know, my partner Shadow, Jeremy, and all of these guys, these guys would come in and just volunteer their time to ensure we clean that field. And we labored on Friday, on Saturdays, on Sundays. We did that, and we got it done. And it is well manicured, always well manicured. We don't want to see any extra grass anyway. That is our position. And we thank the Ministry of Sports for the donation of the 2 stands. They have been well placed, well positioned. They have now become permanent fixtures of the Geneva playing field. And our next move is to cover them. And we are going to construct a new washroom so we can have new washroom facilities to expand what we have, because this is a gathering point for the community. On a Sunday, we don't need to have any fete. All you say, we go in Geneva, you have a little music, you pay DJ Ibu to jam his thing, you go and check my partner, you bring the set down, and that's it. We good. You know, so you know, it is part of the community, it's part of the life of the community. So I'm excited to know that ASA is considering taking Dominica to Geneva playing field, because we work hard to make sure it is what it is. Mr. Speaker, so I just want to go back to that point. So tourism, we need to continue the investment to expand that. But the other area that we're looking at, because think of it, if we're able to expand our visitor arrival, double the visitor arrival in 24 months, you know what that could mean for Dominica? That's significant revenue to Dominica. And that can help us with a lot of the challenges that we have, but people need to start rethinking employment, rethinking how we work, rethinking the opportunities that we pursue, because these are opportunities which will be created, new opportunities. Even if with the rise of Airbnb, we need more eateries. People need to be able to get to order food somewhere. Restaurants need to start doing deliveries and be able to provide special services, special cleaning services, janitorial services. Are people preparing themselves to provide those services? So we have to move more gradually to training people, preparing them for that economy. Because let's face it, we are people who historically we are agricultural people. We're good at planting, we grow, we sell. So if we can deal with the people to consume, then we need to produce. We need to produce. And I'm happy, I'm just excited, and I have nothing to say in agriculture except I endorse everything the minister said. The Minister of Agriculture. Although they just press me, that ministry there. Individually, yeah, not in the constituency, they help me well, they take good care of me. But we need to...
24 minutes.
Yeah, we need to produce, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to produce more. And the path that we're moving towards, and we work very closely, agriculture and trade, because not only the synergies, but sometimes a symbiotic relationship. We need to be able, my parent, glad I say symbiotic, right? Nice word. So we need to be able to buy what they produce, to facilitate farmers as much as we can, to help the hucksters to ensure that they have a collection point. My partner, my advisor at the Dex, I like to say, an aggregator of sorts, so that we can be the aggregator of sorts, as we do in the Kalinago territory with former Parrep Daru, Cassius Daru. He collects the produce from the farmers in the Kalinago territory and he sells to Dexia. And we buy everything they bring. Everything. Well, not yet the last C. I am still struggling with that. But we buy all the other C's. We buy all the other C's that they bring. So we have that relationship. And what we've seen the last year, the last 12 months, we have been able to utilize a special facility that was created by, thank you, Minister of Finance, on the agricultural livelihood projects. That's a kind of name, I never really got it. And it's about $1.7 million of produce we're able to buy from farmers. We're able to buy from farmers and pay them within 48 hours. But I agree with you, Senator Paris. I long to see the day when we can just write a check. As soon as the farmers bring the produce, we write a check. But you ask for that, I tell you, I'm going to give you that, you lost. You see, that's the thing. It's too good to be true? Nobody, you said, was Charles, sorry. It's the same Marigot fellas, man. I think it was Honorable Charles who said that he would long to see the day when we can pay the farmers immediately. Right. We pay in 48 hours. And the days when Dexia had the bad reputation of not paying, that was some years ago. That's behind us. That's behind us. And I have a new chairman there, Senator Vidal. I have a new chairman from Salisbury. You know the short fella full of energy? Nicholas Esprit, the chairman of Dexia. We ensure that we run a very tight program. And our target next is to ensure that we can pay farmers at the same time. And I want to thank the board of Dexia under the leadership of Nicole Shanks-Esprit. They have really done an excellent job working with the management of Dexia to get things moving. So we are seeing more movement within our park houses. And if we can do that, Minister of Finance, our intention is to, the money you have there for us in the budget, the $750,000, when you give it to us, we want to invest it in the farmers. Because we will be able to generate so much revenue for ourselves. Our intention is to get away from the need of a government subvention to operate the park houses. And we've seen the numbers. We are convinced we can do it because we want to expand significantly from what we did last year. We have been able to manage a lot of our resources, and we have seen the gains. And that has been buttressed by the fact, boy, Parrot, you really should be happy with me today, boy. Yeah, no, that was buttress. That has been buttressed by our sales of fish and ice and providing services at the fisheries complex. Since last year, the minister challenged us. The man shamed me right there in Parliament, but I'm a good neighbor. I don't attack him back. I take my cocoy and I went back and I instructed the chairman that we're going to buy all fish. All the fish that the fishermen bring to us, we're going to buy. And we started. Even without the approval of the facility that we're hoping to get access to, we were able to start. And to date, we have been able to buy from fishers over 6,000 pounds of fish. We've spent about $60,000 that they've gotten from us because we pay them one time as well. And we have been able to develop relationships with restaurants, with hotels, so that they don't have to worry about going looking for fish. And that is the intention, that is the plan, and store. And they reduce their storage. So they know that they have an arrangement with us. Once they need the fish, like Jungle Bay, they can get the fish. So far, tuna, of course, dolphin. The last time I asked them to get mako shad, they told me. But the intention now is to get, we want to get cow.
Yes. Minister, you have to say, but mako shad is a type of fish.
So you can translate
you cannot translate it in mako
One
shad.
thing I can't translate that name. But if you want, I can tell you.
Mako shad. Yeah.
Okay, but we try to get red snapper. So we're trying to get the reef fishes. We're trying to get red snapper and stuff. We've had a debate on Kawang, and I have to talk to the experts because people say they are the culprit for fish poisoning. But I also learned that because of the practices that we heard Honorable Defoe, a member of Parliament for the P7 constituency, explain that fishers use ice, but they use ice for tuna and when they go for their mahi, but they don't use ice when they go for their kawang. So we have to look at that. Scientifically, you need to advise us because we're looking at it. We think it's a fish that we should be able to buy, and we want to ensure that it is safe for consumption. So that is something we're working on. The snapper is something that we need to get because visitors, when they come to our islands, they want a nice red fish as well. So we need to have that. What we've done, and I want to thank the new staff. We have had to take on new staff. Ms. Francis and the young lady from Roseau South, I know that because, from Kingshill. They have been working. What we've done, they've actually gone out to the fishing villages. They've gone to the fishers. So we didn't only stay in Roseau. We went out to meet with them and to offer them contracts to supply us. So that the fisher in Bayou there, Teacher Bonis, is a member for the Castle constituency. They don't have to go around the place driving, looking for lava. They don't have to go around looking for sale. That we will go, we'll get it. We'll go get it before I struck. We'll go get it, and we'll take it to the fisheries complex. So it will save them the hassle, save them the expenditure, and make sure that they can focus on catching fish. That's what we want to achieve. and they get paid one time. Just how we paid the $398,400 we paid to the Bay Oil people, $100 a pound. So they don't have to go looking for sale. We'll go to them, we get the stuff, and we take it to the facility in Roseville. So that's what we want to achieve. But we also need to start looking at expanding our catch, Minister. I am not satisfied. I grew up by the bay. My grandfather was the biggest net maker on the West Coast. Anybody hear about Parcourt, we could make, I never learned how to warm a day. You know what they're making the fillet? They actually taking this thing and they have to sew it. I used to go with my grandfather. I used to go to Miro, go to Collio, go all over the coast. Batterley, where we used to fish. I grew up in the sea. I have seen the transformation of the fishing industry. I invested in the sea. I bought a boat after I left school. My first job, I went to the credit union, I bought a boat, I bought a machine. I go out, I try to catch two little thing, I make one two little nas. I go mirror and do a little, lache on the kai mirror there. You know, I try something. And then I went looking for tuna. We used to go in the Gulf, Salisbury. You know, you go up there, you reach as far as Point Rung, sometimes you reach right Cabrit's going looking for tuna. So I try a thing, and then after that, I used to make Point Dijon and then go to school. I can't translate that one for you. And then I remember going with my uncle a few times, trying to sell fish. I remember that experience. That's a very difficult experience. You go, you walk around, you have the fish there, the fish taking sun, the fish spoiling, and you have to do that, and then go back and fish next day. And I remember catching a bucket of Mawia and how them thing prick your finger because you're trying to, clean that. But we're providing that service now at the Roseville Fisheries Complex. We are now doing fillet and we're packaging it as well because we have the facility. Thanks to the Minister of Fisheries, he left all that for us in the new facility, and we are now utilizing that so that the fishermen don't have to go through that struggle. The fishmongers don't have to go through that struggle, although some of them like to sell their fish. Yes. My good people from La Utah and them, they like to go and sit down by the road and sell their fish. They like to do that. But we are trying to ensure that the focus is on catching fish, and we will deal with the rest. So the instruction that Dexia has is to buy all the fish that come to us, once they come in the condition that we think they're safe to consume. We will keep them. And that is what we've been doing, and we want to expand that. But we need, I am very happy to see that we are getting the fishers back with their boats, the outboards. But I long to see an expansion of the fishing sector up to the point where fishers can go out for a few days and catch fish, just focus on catching fish, and take it back, and we will deal with it for them. So that we can build an industry that to supply Dominica, especially protein, and what we found out, with the abundance of fish, because we are storing it, we're able to control the price. Well, to get a better price. And that is good, although we're making a little change on it.
13 minutes.
But we are, thank you, Mr. Speaker, we are doing that because we think it is important to continue doing the business. But we need to expand our fishing sector and to ensure that we can export. Now, what Dexia has been doing with the Bureau standards is to see how we can meet the requirements, to meet the European standards as well as the American standards so that we can export fish. We know there is some export taking place in its own way, but we want to do it formally, we want to expand it, and we want to create a new business around the exportation of fish. And we're looking forward to the aquaculture development as well, so we can extend the same service to those people involved in aquaculture. So we can buy from them, whether they have prawns, whether they have tilapia, whatever they have, that we can move into the same arrangement so that we can create a more vibrant fishing sector, working with the ministry responsible for fisheries and to ensure that there are more opportunities for more Dominicans in that area. But Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things that in this budget are helping us towards the horizon. Because We spoke about the now, the consumption that we need to spur economic development and to create opportunities, more opportunities for people, bring more money into Dominica. More consumption means more value-added tax, means more money in the treasury, means we can finance more of the programs and projects that we intend to do. But on the horizon, we look at the growth or the development of the marina in Portsmouth and the opportunities that hold. And I don't think we should see this as simply just a facility where yachts can come in and services being provided. This would be an opportunity to put Dominica on the map. Within a small group of people throughout the world, high net worth people, the owners of yachts that we're hoping to attract. And I was so excited the other day when we had the presentation on the marina, and we were informed of about the company that will be managing the marina. World-renowned, well-known throughout the world, with a massive portfolio. They know people who own yachts. And people who own yachts are wealthy people who have more disposable income. These are the people you want in Dominica to know about Dominica so that they can help us to promote Dominica. I must admit I've met, and now they are friends, people who own yachts. And these people have their own community. So at one point, they will tell you they're in Monaco. Another point, they will tell you they're in Saint-Tropez. They will tell you and that's how they move. Anguilla, St. Bath, every year, like a pilgrimage. This guy's going to St. Bath. Imagine you can get these people coming into Dominica, knowing about Dominica, talking about Dominica, and one day investing in Dominica. That is what we're looking for, being able to invest in Dominica. How do you think Anguilla was able to become so powerful in tourism? Because if you go there during Christmas, but they're now expanding the airport so that they have jet services, more jets can pull up. Because what they used to do, there were so many owners of jets or people who would charter jets to go to Anguilla for the Christmas. They would park the jets in St. Martin and take the ferry across. And now Anguilla is investing in expanding the airport so that just to accommodate more jets. And these are the people who have invested high-end hotels and other facilities. And that's the kind of thing that we need to see. We need to be excited about that marina because it has great potential. I mean, I'm excited to sell them power from Geothermal, because when they come with their yachts, their super yachts, and when they get to the marina, we want them to turn off the engine and to plug into the system so that we can sell power to them at a price that is higher than what our local consumers would pay. These are the opportunities that we're looking at. There are opportunities. I'm excited about Dominica's future because of the investments that we're making now. The airport has the potential to also expand Dominica's, not even just expand. That is where you talk about exponentially. We used that word the other day. That is exponential. Oh. That is where we can see that kind of exponential growth to expand Dominica and to open up Dominica so that the future is looking bright for Dominica with those investments in infrastructure. And, Mr. Speaker, I am so happy that I have the privilege. One more time.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Henderson be given additional 15 minutes to conclude his presentation, please.
Speaker. It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Minister be given an additional 15 minutes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Henderson, you are given an additional 15 minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, members of the opposition, even if you didn't vote for me, but thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am excited about Dominica's future because of what I see ahead, but I admit that there are some challenges now that we have to deal with. There are challenges we have to deal with now, and that's why I spoke about immediate expansion of tourism sector, increasing consumption. But on the production side, we spoke about fisheries, we spoke about agriculture. We also heard the Minister of Agriculture spoke about value added, agroprocessing. And I know that we have been pursuing this agroprocessing facility for a while. Actually, it was once with Dexia. When I came, I inherited it, and then it was handed over to the ministry responsible for agroprocessing, the Ministry of Agriculture. But I think it is time that we consider that the investments that we are making will require us to leapfrog over some of these processes that may be taking too long, because we need to produce now. We have an increasing demand for consumption by the visitors as we've seen the growth in tourism. And we need to produce now. So agroprocessing needs to get an immediate injection, a push, a thrust. I am excited about the opportunities that the ministry just provided by supplying agroprocessors with grants to expand. But what we need to see is the expansion in such a way that we can actually sustain an industry. The small operations are good, but we need to sustain an industry. And the same with water. Mr. Speaker, I heard you, sorry, I can't bring in the debate. But water, we need to expand our production of water. There are just too much imported water into Dominica. Because we're consuming it. You think I can translate that?
Yes.
I withdraw that? Yeah. I can't translate that. But, Mr. Speaker, no, but seriously, a lot of people spoke about consumption and our individual responsibilities. I mean, for the life of me, I cannot drink any water in Dominica besides Dominica water. I just cannot do it. I'm just me. I already reach places and I thirsty like a dog. My dog doesn't be that thirsty. And I already reach places and ask for water, and the only thing they have is some kind of water. I tell people nowhere. If you have a pipe, I'll take it. We have to make those personal choices, but we also, as a country, and that's not on the government. I'm not saying that's not on the government. I am looking at Dominica and saying all the people that have money, they can invest. Just take a little sauce somewhere and just make some water, put it in a plastic bottle and just sell that gas. That we cannot do. Standards, but when I say that, I don't mean just go and take the thing and pour it, you know. No. We test water. No, but we test water. When I say we, Bureau of Standards, we test water. And we ensure we do that all the time. As a matter of fact, I have made a complaint, and I'm going to say this publicly. I have made a complaint to the Bureau of Standards that we need to investigate Swapita water because their covers are not safe. And I have said it privately and softly, I'm saying it publicly, because that has to stop. You cannot be producing water, and when I open the thing as if somebody opened it before me, oh, I know the thing's safe. So no, we're not compromising standards and quality. That's why we have to continue investing in the Bureau of Standards. We have to keep investing to ensure we can keep our people safe. Right, PS? Right, PS? So we do that. But when I say that, I didn't mean just take the water, because I get nervous every time I see people stop by a source and take water. I finger stick me. Sorry, it's not me. Maybe it's the science in me. I just feel nervous. I feel nervous every time I see that. But, Mr. Speaker, these are things that we need to expand. Now, the government is giving all the concession, because right now, Josephine Gabriel have received concessions for the expansion of their facilities. We gave them the concessions, the Cabinet of Dominica. The government of Dominica, they won't be paying taxes for the next 25 years, and they were not already paying for how many years? I don't remember how long they existed. It's not a bad thing I say, looking at me. It's in the laws of Dominica. You can go and read the act. It says that. But what I'm saying, the incentives are there. The incentives are there. Make the investment. Why is it that merchants in Dominica find it easier to go to Trinidad and Tobago? There's a particular place I go very often because I buy my little farming stuff, my little home thing when I want to make something. And every time I go there and I thirsty, I barbeer in. Not one bottle of Tuapita water they will sell. They go into to Trinidad and Tobago, bringing in water and selling it here. Dominicans should boycott those things. Take a stand against those things. Try to bring Tuapita or Trinidad and Tobago and tell me what you'll get. Even if we were to benefit from the CET, the common external tariff, where our water should be cheaper, go Trinidad and try that now. I told them that the other day at a quartet meeting. The same people who did not want to buy our soaps had to get DCP successors in the Court of Appeal, in the Caribbean Court of Justice. They still don't want to compensate them. They refuse to buy our soap in Jamaica, and we in Dominica are just taking things from everywhere and buying it and consuming it. Something wrong with us, Gassa. Something wrong with us. And I don't know why every year, I am told that I have to do a buy local campaign. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. I have to go and tell a man buy a thing local to give a local man a job. I have to do that as a minister of government. So people have no responsibility then on themselves. So your mind not telling you, Magwesa, man. And I have to tell people to eat dashing and fig and plantain. Although somebody tell me plantain high in sugar, it does mess up people that diabetes. But, I mean, I don't have to. We have to, our own consciousness should tell us. But more so, my disappointment is a lack of investment in those areas. And everybody's looking to the government as if the government do something. That is where I have the problem. Because the concessions are there. I mean, I understand it's easier for you to just go and take the thing there, bring it on a boat, sell it to somebody that'll give you the money, and you're okay, you don't have no headache, you have no risk, except the boat come or it don't come. But at least let's think of the value that we can add to the country, the jobs that we can create, the opportunities that we can create for ourselves, the opportunity for exporting water. Look at Benjo Simos. Look at Benjo Simos. A man took a chance. Take little Simos from the sea. Make a drink out of it, and the man sends a container as far as New York. Imagine that. A little fella from where? Wesley? Imagine that. My neighbor down there. Imagine he can do that. Think of all the merchants in Rosa with the volume of resources that they have because they have made money on the backs of the people of Dominica. Why they can't make those investments? Nobody have to call them out. I mean, I'm happy they provide a useful service, people getting jobs and so forth, so I'm grateful for that. But we need, because I am, as a Minister of Trade, I go to Quartet to fight when I have to fight. If I have to protect Dominica products, I don't worry with anybody on what they say. I'm happy with my colleagues. They've been very cooperative on soaps, even if there are still some countries, Caribbean, LDCs, OECS countries, that still continue to treat soap unfairly. They still do that. And by the way, after we took our decision on the duty, I have to go to Quartet. So when I leave Dominica and go Guyana, although I'd like to say I travel in, I have to go and do the people's work. Because if I don't go there, I can't leave it to somebody else to do. I have to go to slam the table. Because when we bring our list, it has to be approved by Quartet, the Ministers of Trade of CARICOM, because St. Lucia did it the other day, and we approve it, all of us approve. We say, well, we understand. Antigua had done it some years ago, and they refused to change it up till now, although it's a little as issue they got for 2 years. And they continue to keep it. During COVID pandemic, some countries did, and they haven't gotten out of it. We're hoping that they can keep it, but just treat soap fairly. That is the only thing we're asking them to do. We will have to go to Quartet. So far, I have not been advised whether any of the products that we have remove the duties on are produced in the region. We had already taken a decision on pasta in the new regime, so we had already taken that decision to allow us a carve-out from implementing the CARICOM external tariff on pastas, because we feel that we need to give our people a better deal. We didn't want to pay too much for pasta coming outside of the Caribbean, as they had already indicated we should. We have asked for that and that will be presented in Guyana at the next meeting of Ministers of Trade. So we'll be doing that. But Mr. Speaker, we have to be able to support private investments in some areas that are critical to the country's development. And that is the kind of conversation that we need to have. We need to add value to more of our products, the natural products that we have, whether it's through agroprocessing, and I spoke about fisheries, we're doing the simple fillet stuff, but we have to go beyond that. We have to start talking about smoked fish. We have to start talking about other things that you can do with this product so that we can add value to them, so that we can minimize the imports. Even as the debate continues on the reduction of duties and the removal of VAT on some products, we're hoping that we, as we grow the abattoir, expand and livestock expand in Dominica, that we can see a reduction of importation because we are able to provide locally of the high quality, healthy options for Dominicans. But Mr. Speaker, developing a country is not an easy thing. And there are those who may be sitting on the sidelines and bylines, and some people who have been educated, some of them very well, who are making claims that cannot be supported by any hard evidence, and who are proposing unrealistic economic plans. But then again, if you work for the IMF all your adult life, professional life, you must have an aversion to investments. You must see, you know, as there's the old saying, if you have a hammer, everything you see looks like a nail. But in this case, it's the opposite. Because the economists were so used to austerity on countries that it's going so far off that it is ridiculous. Not even just his colleagues, his former colleagues at the IMF would cry on these proposals, but any right-thinking person would. Because when you come to developing a country, you can say all what you want in opposition. You can go on the radio and say what you want for your belly. When you have to run a country to make decisions between revenue and expenditure, that is where the rubber hits the road. Right. So I'm happy to hear the enthusiasm of youth and all the great things that we should be doing. And I encourage that and I applaud that sincerely. But there are some realities that we have to bear in mind. And we should never seem to forget the investments that are being made. But some of those investments take time. I whispered to the Minister of Agriculture earlier that you realize when you give us this 50,000 citrus plants, we're not going to orange or grapefruit nowhere. It will take at least 3 years. And that's why I said I am excited about Dominica's future, because these are things for the future. But you have to make those investments now. So you may not see the impact of some of these investments immediately. How long is it going to take a guy to build a facility to have his livestock? The way we construct things in Dominica, I wouldn't be surprised if the whole fiscal year pass and the man don't fix that yet, finish that. It will take some time. So these investments take time. But if you don't have the responsibility or the obligation to provide for people to ensure that the country continues to run, it can pay its bills sometime, it can provide the goods and services that we require, you're free to say anything you wish. So I just want to inject that bit of realism into your enthusiasm. But Mr. Speaker, I am looking deep down to see if there's anything else that I should respond to, but I just want to move on one more thing before I end. Education reform. Boy, I don't know. Sometimes I see Dominicans just like I see those of us who go out there to represent our countries, small island developing states at those big international conferences. You know, I remember when I studied environmental law at some point. Well, environmental policy, it wasn't law at the time. I was early days. And you talk about the Rio conference, the Earth Summit, and all of these nice things, and then you start talking about what small island developing states should request. And then I went to the UN, and then it became your staple. Technology transfer, capacity building. Everybody who's been to any of these conferences knows these things by heart. That is what we talk about. Sometimes I think Dominicans just like those experts. They're asking for things, The things come, they're still asking for it. Education is one such thing that I feel we have treated unfairly in Dominica. Our achievements in education, rather. And I don't believe that any one of us in this house should confuse the need for educational reform because a country that has grown from a farming country to a country that is now modern, providing goods and services that are modern, that is now within a world that has been revolutionized, you have to reform. But the way I hear people talk as if we're reforming because the thing mash up. It's the same problem I had with sectorial reform. The thing don't mash up. Why are we talking like that? When I hear people talk about, oh, we're not doing skills, we're doing 13 subjects and the children do how much, 90% they got? 94% pass. You may have concerns. You may want to see a greater practicality, a little more hands-on, a little different portfolio assessment. That's the thing they taught me when I was becoming a teacher. Portfolio assessments and those kinds of things. I mean, those things are essential. We're now talking AI. When I was doing computer science at Clifton UPD, we were the first class that started doing computer science. I remember when I was doing computer programming with Sanderson, first time, we were doing C++, we were doing Pascal, GW Basic. I said, now AI, we people use it. Yes. If you see what programming is now compared to where we were, so of course you have to reform. Right. Things have shifted. And this notion that it is children that cannot learn that have to do skills, I have a problem with that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that cuts in me. It really troubles me. Because, you see, and you know, Mr. Speaker, I spent 7 years as a teacher. Yes. I reached as high as a deputy principal of a secondary school. Yeah. I got trained in New Mexico together with some friends who are here. And, you know, my first passion was always teaching. I taught chemistry at 4th and 5th form for 7 years. That's why I like to consider myself more of a scientist. But I remember when we did those things and how things were. And then I remember becoming Minister of Education in 2005. And then we had USC, and people thought that children were not going to learn in school, everything mashed up. I spent most of my time as Minister of Education fighting two things. Greater opportunity for children for universal secondary education and the establishment of the Dominica State College, which was started by Roosevelt Skerritt, who was the Minister of Education in his time. And I fought that because I feel deep down this notion that children that cannot learn should go to JSP. They're not academically inclined. What is academically inclined? Mr. Speaker, please, now I'm going to ask your permission. I want to read something I Googled, and AI give that one to me.
Yeah, permission granted.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hear what Google had to say about academically inclined. Academically inclined describes a person who has a strong interest in and aptitude for learning, studying, and intellectual pursuits. I want to say that because I find people, and I don't know why we do that. We just take terms and words and we just start banding them about and try to, and as if we're sure about what we're talking about without examining what it really means. A child who is good with their hands doesn't mean that they're not academically inclined. Children have to have the choice to pursue technical skills if they want to. My cousin Kelvin is a builder. Kelvin was smarter than me when he was at grammar school and I was at St. Joe campus. Brilliant fella. But Kelvin decided he wanted to go and work with his father and become a builder. And Kelvin became a builder. And that is why he's such a good builder. And he likes to argue about everything, but that one is because he's a Henderson. But he, you know, he has that ability. And my view is we must disabuse our minds from the belief that because a child may not be able to be brilliant in math or brilliant in science, that they should go and learn a skill. The thing doesn't work like that. And what my teacher used to say, Ted Sarah, when we passed USC, when we approved that policy, he used to say, whose child should not go to secondary school? Yours or mine? Because I remember I had a special group of students from Campbell and Maho. I won't call it, well, I can call their names because it's good. Craig, this other Esprit fella, Kenny, and Wynyard Esprit and Matthew. And where are they now? These guys came to us from JSPU in the back door, and they live in the front door, the top of the class. The reason, because they were not given an opportunity. They did an exam, they wake up, something happened, and they don't pass the exam. And we send them to learn a skill. And these children should have, these young people would have been doomed, never have an opportunity to pursue anything. Were it not for this back door that was created, that they would come to high school. We need to get away from this. And our children are doing better now than ever before. They are doing better now than ever before. But we need to reform to meet the demands of the times. We're now building marina. We never had that before. You had little pays and knees and fellas running Chesai in Portsmouth. But you didn't have any facility where you could repair yachts and go and fix things and bring that in a dry dock. This is what we're looking towards. Geothermal, Mr. Speaker.
2 more minutes.
No, I need a go 10. We to go on geothermal. I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the honorable members be given an additional 10 minutes to wrap up. 15 minutes, I beg your pardon. Thank you.
Second motion.
Honorable Vince Henderson, you are given an additional 15 minutes.
I finish.
But let me move it first. It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Minister be given an additional 15 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you are given an additional 15 minutes. 1-5?
Yes.
Yeah, 15.
Mr. Speaker, I was inspired by the part-time or acting leader of the opposition. Oh. I feel I can talk a little long. But Mr. Speaker, geothermal, we didn't have that before. We need to retool, retrain. We now have a 5-star hotel in the north of Dominica. The quality of services are required there. The servicing of the equipment that's there, we've never seen that before. Fort Young has expanded and upgraded. Secret Bay is there. There are demands. Air conditioning, cooling, heating, renewable energy maintenance. We need to focus now on doing a skills assessment, see where that gap is, and that we may be able, one thing I didn't hear the Minister of Education said, I told her that privately, is that we should do the skills assessment to determine if some of the things that we teach we need to teach them, and whether we should include new technical skills. And how, the big question is how they should be taught. I have more radical views than that in education. I even believe that we should even rethink if CXC cannot reshape and refocus itself with the times, that we need to consider pursuing subjects outside of the CXC curriculum. So that we need to define for ourselves what we want our children to be at the termination of their secondary school. We have to make that determination. I'm not saying to break away from CXC, but we need to force that change from them. And if they refuse, then we need to consider. So geothermal energy, Mr. Chair, it's part of the future that is looking exciting for Dominica. We have been pursuing this for so long. And thank God, we are getting there. We are getting there. I'm a man, though people may think that I have such great confidence, but I don't like to speak with certainty about things that I don't have total control over. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. God forbid, you can have a major hurricane. War in the Middle East can, escalate to a point where OMAT may find itself in some challenges, continuing to provide the services that it's doing now. But as it stands now, all things being equal, we are on track for the completion of our first 10 megawatt geothermal power plant. When I visited a few days ago, I realized that most of the components have already been in place, put in place. Most of them have been installed. And the work that needs to be done is just really getting the completion of some of the structures. The intention is that by October, OMAT will begin testing the power plant, so that completion of installation by the end of September, October, and then immediately thereafter they could start testing. And that will take at least 2 months so that they can get to commissioning by December. They have till January, but they're confident that they can be done by December. That is exciting news. That is exciting news. And I was very happy, Mr. Speaker, I have to report to the House that the last time I extended an invitation to a gentleman who once encouraged me to pursue geothermal for Dominica. He was once a member of our cabinet in the early days. And now he has lost his sight and apparently some other things with it. That he visited the site. He actually visited the site. I think he may have escaped some of his faculties because he seemed to forget he was the one who was championing geothermal back then. But he made a turnaround, an epiphany as it were perhaps, and he visited the site and was very pleased. He was accompanied by his once upon a time sidekick. I knew him very well because he worked with us, Henry Shillingford, and some others. And they were very pleased with what they saw and the education that was imparted, the information they received, and they left there. And I'm hoping that more will visit, as long as it's permitted by the developer and the Dominica Geothermal Development Company. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our team, Fred John, some of the young. Fred John is an excellent project manager, an excellent, well, he doesn't want to consider himself an engineer, but he's an electrical engineer, and he's done an excellent job leading that process forward. And his team, Dalton Elwa, I have to make mention, a great young man who has a great future in geothermal energy, and I suspect he may have to export his skills elsewhere as well within the region, because he's gaining tremendous experience in the development of that geothermal power plant. And I cannot forget my good friend, Gary Shillingford up there, who has done an excellent job keeping the facilities in order for the years Gary has been there. And Alan Toussaint also, who've been assisting and working with us. Rollins Bruni as well, working with the team and the other staff, Shaisha and the rest of the staff at DGDC. They have really done an excellent job keeping the project going, keeping things in place, always asking for support when necessary. And I have to thank, of course, the Ministry of Finance and our Financial Secretary, who at times I think been very annoyed with me, but all the same, we've worked well together and we are almost there. So we are moving ahead, and I'm very, very, very happy for the progress we've made. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at a resource, and again, talking about the development of Dominica and Dominica's future. We need to take that power to Portsmouth. We need to take that power to the international airports. We need to take that power to the marina. We need to take that power to Tranquility, and we need to take that power to Anichi. And of course, the Moroccan Hotel. All these facilities which will come online in the next 12 to 24 months, or in the case of the airport, perhaps 36 months. Well, 24 actually, 27 should be. So we need to start moving to ensure that we can guarantee power in the north of Dominica. So what seemed at one point just merely the shutting down of the diesel generators in Sugarloaf. They have about 8.7 megawatts of generation at Sugarloaf, which is used mainly to balance the power and to maintain the frequency and some supply. The intention is to shut that down, but the only way we can shut it down is by taking the power from Loda to the north. I know at some point we were pursuing, and still are, the development of geothermal in the north. But I mean, as I've said before, that, you know, is an ambitious goal, and I like ambition. But it is something that will take time. We don't have time. We need to move with alacrity to ensure that we can bring power to the north. Well, I leave my parrot alone. So we can move power to the north, and to ensure that we can maximize that resource that we have in Dominica. I'm not just talking about being green. That has with it its benefits, of course. The Minister of Tourism is excited about that. But we need to be able to do that. And before we get to Portsmouth, we need to provide our cruise ships with clean power when they get to shore. And that opportunity that shore power can create for us, the opportunity that we are exploring with data centers, especially as AI is becoming more expansive in its use, it is a high consumer of energy. It needs a lot of power. We need to be able to position ourselves to take advantage of that. I am hoping that tomorrow, Thursday, we'll have a meeting with a team from the World Bank seeking to secure some grant funding to do a study to see the best option for getting that power to the north. We have already done a study for the transmission line. We know what it is. We have an idea what it costs. But we want to look at other options so that we can maximize that resource. Because if we do that, it means that consumers can get a better deal. So what will be coming online in January, we could do even better in another 18 to 20 months, 24 months. If we're able to expand Loda, and we can expand another 5 megawatts without drilling. And the unit cost will be low, of course, because we have already invested in the infrastructure. Domlec demand is growing. Dominica is growing. Yes. When I met with Domlec a couple of weeks ago, Domlec is saying that they're seeing consumption now at night times that they've never seen before. The demand is getting higher. AC, yeah, I know, it's getting hot. It's getting hot. But people will get used to it. And even when it's cool, they don't want AC. But the point is, we are seeing something, a demand. And in order to satisfy that demand, without investing in additional diesel generation, we have to explore more geothermal power. And Mr. Speaker, lest I be accused of being carried away, I will pause. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things we're doing that we're doing for the people. Sometimes it's difficult for them to fully appreciate because people have their own dreams and aspirations, their own demands from day to day. But I have to say that in spite of it all, I have to thank the people of the Grand Bay constituency, especially those who continue to not only, it's not about support, and especially since I'm not going up for election, I'm not talking about support, just talking about people as people. People are just showing appreciation for you as a human being. We'll just reach out to you, say, Parap, you okay now? Parap, I don't see you now. Parap, you don't check us now, we played Rounders. You know, and they already sent me a message because every Rounders game, I have to do something, and if I'm available, I'll pass and see them. You know, people who just look out for you. And what I have found so gratifying is that there are people in those communities that just want to see better for their communities, not themselves. You see, and my mind comes on somebody like Cleo, the chair of the village council. But Cleo is a tough lady. Anybody an NEP up there, they're afraid of. Tough, but she works hard for the community. She sits on the disaster management committee, and any little thing that passes Cleo there, Cleo will message you, she will come. I met with them just at the beginning of the hurricane season, a few days before the start of the season. We met, we had a discussion, we have a plan. There are people already getting their plans together, making sure they have all their people and things are organized, call the police, call the fire service, call the health center, make sure, you know, people are okay, people are organized, and they have the list of people who need assistance. To me, that is what I love about a village. I like that part about the village. And then we had Isidore, and I am saying this to you, Minister. Just put Isidore on your whatever program you have of activities. Isidore is a major tourism event. I brought a friend who came from Vietnam or somewhere, and he was so excited about the color, the life, just seeing people doing things that you don't see, you know, anywhere else. That has to be a major event. When Stephanie and all of the team, Magdalene and all these people came together and they have to dress, but one thing is with them, they want to dress new every year. And it's not cheap here, Magdalene. It's not cheap. Yeah, they have to dress them. When Kim come out in her thing, and she go out with her duet, and they nice. Sakis, oh, don't talk about that. That is something that has value, that needs to be monetized. We have to monetize that. That is an event by itself. Put that somewhere, man. That people come and experience the thing. I mean, we worked so hard with Father Branca to get the church ready. For the first time, we went into the actual church building. It was very costly. We had to get tents to fit in the entire area. But it was a lovely experience because people were reminiscing. They were back in a place that they worship, you know, and it was a great experience. But it's the spectacle, the color, the life. There's nowhere else in Dominica. I mean, I know you're trying nothing, you know. I suspect that's why you're messing me up, you know, Minister of Tourism, because you have a Isidore thing there. But I mean, you know, it's a little thing. That's a little thing. That's a little thing. I mean, let's face it. I mean, I can say, Teacher Bonnie, give me a little competition up there, you know. But you know, no. But seriously, I believe that is something that we can develop into a major activity. It should not be just left to us. And I have to thank the Prime Minister. He's always responsive to ensure that we can get the support. His staff in OPM, in OPS Henderson, they're always quick to respond to us and make sure all our people are okay and we have what we need, you know. But we need to be able to expand that. We have to do more. And then, you know, when I think of people like Delma and a team, well, Delma is the Minister of Public Works up there. Every little thing they need, a road, they have to, she's the one who have to come and call me, Parap, we need more cement, we need tarish, you have some, let's see what we can do. And they did an excellent job, coming together as a community, bringing people together, you know, and I want to thank them for that support. And they really want what's best for the community. And sometimes we have to allow people to do what they would love to do for their communities and stop inserting ourselves over them. You know, when people like Shamal just came about and decided he want to get the young men off the block and get them into the basketball game, and they did very well. They did very well last season. I mean, after all, I get them on some shoes there. If they didn't do well, I'll take my shoes back. You know, but because I want to Steph Curry thing where I go and get that myself in a store in Miami. I say, I feel like I don't perform, I take my shoes back. But, you know, these guys, no, but they've done a great job. And when you see someone like Kamal, you know, just come out. Shamal just came out and decided he want to help the young men. And this is why I have made requests for funding, and I'm hoping that we can upgrade the court. We have already ordered the surfacing material. I'm hoping that we can get the asphalting done. And then I have already purchased the new hoops. We're going to go new. The next thing is to really put some facilities, some benches there. We've made an application, so the funds should be coming in. And we're going to expand the washroom, repair it, make it more comfortable, and do some upgrades. We don't have the budget of a BNTF, but we'll do what we can until BNTF comes our way, if it ever, you know, has some resources for that. But no, I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying we are doing what we can, because I saw what Dr. Mark has up there, and I want to commend BNTF for that. Doc, you have a great facility coming up there. So we're hoping that one day we'll get there, and that is something that we wish to do. And the farmers, I know some farmers, they don't vote in Grand Bay, but they calling me every day. So member Pidit Savan, You'll have to do a Lamatia with me. Eh? You have to fix the road with me. You'll have to fix the road with me because your partner up in Makato in the end, their packet always calling me. Then look
One more
Fisheries
minute.
calling me.
One more.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but last year, we were able to do about 700 feet of road. We were able to come together. I want to thank our team, Ken Roy, and the team. They were able to help me. And then I had on the other side, on the Mopo side, Ken Roy was on the Mopo side, and I had Shannon on Makato side. We were able to do at least 1,000 feet of road. Our intention this year is to continue the MOPO with the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you so much, Minister. I'm looking forward to that. We have made requests for support for the Makato side, so I can manage that, but I'm very happy if you can help me. And if you could just take the new machine that our good friends from the People's Republic of China gave us. The first message should go by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because you see, that does go China. And we can do some work on the MOPO road now, because that could ease up the pressure, especially the heavy rains, to at least stop the road from disintegrating. And that would go a very long way until you're ready to provide the actual resources to surface the road. But at least we can do the drainage, do some grading, make the road passable at least. And that I'm sure my good friend from the Piditsavon constituency as well, she will, Ms. Lifam, she will be very, very happy with that investment. So I want to thank my constituents for their continued support. We have our new school in Tefmon coming up, and we are engaging some of the people in the community. I'm very happy with the work that is being done. I want to thank the government of the PRC, thank the minister, and of course, thank the Prime Minister for his approval of those 6 schools as part of the Chinese school project. And we are very happy that we will have a new school in the next school year in Tefmon, so that our children can have better tuition, our teachers can have a better working condition, and it will be also an improvement to the community of Tefmon and Monty. So I'm really, really happy for those developments. There are lots of other things that we can talk about, but it is not my style to do that. But I just felt it was necessary to thank Leandra, and the rest of them, our new chair of the Tefmon Village Council, and all these people who continue to put themselves forward, Delroy and the rest of the team to put themselves forward, Damien, to help the community and to do things that they can do on their own without putting too much pressure on government, and always being satisfied with the little that they have. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Henderson, Senator, you are recognized. You have the floor. You may proceed. Help, Henderson. Yeah. This is disconnected. No. Yes. Try again. Okay, you could move in front, move at the front. Yeah, you could just switch space. Yeah, go to the center, because we usually leave the end for the opposition leader. But, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have
This one. Yeah, good. Okay, nice.
Okay.
Remove this one. Nice. So you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I find anything a little short. Yeah.
Pull it forward. Just move it forward.
Move it forward. It's on.
Yes.
It's on. On the. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, colleagues, listeners. Mr. Speaker, I humbly seek your permission to refer to my notes, and I will be prepared for 2026 when I will have no notes.
Yes. Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the 2025-2026 national budget, which was presented in this honorable House last Friday. The Minister for Finance painted a beautiful picture, and I quote, "Accordingly, the programs and projects planned for the 2025-2026 fiscal year are designed to create employment, support business development and expansion, and grow a strong, diversified economy, thereby enhancing the quality of life, creating meaningful opportunities for prosperity, personal growth, and social resilience for all citizens." Mr. Speaker, every year, as expected, the government prepares a budget for parliamentary approval. The budget approved by the Parliament should become the financial prospectus of the government in using the funds allocated for each ministry. I therefore ask this question, Mr. Speaker: how does the government manage the fund? Money is approved, yet the implementation rate for the capital projects under most ministries is way below 50%. Mr. Speaker, how should the people of Dominica grade the performance of this government? Let's take a look at the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Blue and Green Economy. Mr. Speaker, based on the budget address last Friday, I acknowledge and I am pleased to say the least that a contract was awarded for the rehabilitation of the Captain Bruce Feeder Road. This was further confirmed by the Minister for Agriculture in his presentation on Monday night. Mr. Speaker, money was included for that feeder road in the 2024-2025 fiscal budget and formed part of the Minister for Finance presentation. But nothing was done, as mentioned by the power rep for our constituency, Honorable Charles. You can appreciate our worry that a contract can be signed, but unless work begins, we will not be comforted with the utterances of this government. I really hope that at least one of the feeder roads in the Maribel constituency will be attended to. I will be paying very close attention to this project during this fiscal year, as there seems to be a trend with this government: promises made, promises not kept. You can understand my concern, Mr. Speaker, as feeder roads remain a hot topic for the farmers, as they have been suffering over the years, traversing with their produce on very dilapidated roads. Mr. Speaker, I always speak of the Kayambuk feeder road because this road serves many very industrious farmers who not only complain about the condition of their feeder road, but the wave overtopping issue which has been going on for over a decade. These unfortunate situations, Mr. Speaker, hinder the commute of our very productive farmers and should be looked at with urgency. Mr. Speaker, a budget is presented, money is approved for those ministries, yet they continue to underperform and underspend. Mr. Speaker, only 34% of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Blue and Green Economy's approved allocation was utilized for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. A slight increase, however, I recognize it was an increase of 4% from the previous year, the previous fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, how are we to believe that this government is serious about agriculture contributing $700 million to GDP in 2030 when the basic needs of the farmers are not attended to and the complete plan for the ministry's involvement is not forthcoming? Mr. Speaker, I know the reintroduction of 4 projects which were discontinued in the last fiscal year: the Sustainable Fisheries Development Program, the Agribusiness and Value Chain Development, National Agriculture Education Program, and development of the Blue Economy.
Mr. Speaker, $13 million has been budgeted for these programs, and I look forward to these programs reaching their full potential for this fiscal year. I'll do like my father. I'll be watching. I will look in. Mr. Speaker, I know the minister is passionate about agriculture. I know because I've worked with him. But his passion does not match the performance of the ministry. How should the people of Dominica grade the performance of the food basket ministry, the ministry responsible for feeding the nation and the wider Caribbean? Mr. Speaker, let's take a step into the Ministry of Tourism, International Transport and Maritime Initiatives. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister for Finance budget address, he stated that tourism is a sector with immense potential to transform lives and stimulate growth across multiple industries. I agree wholeheartedly, and I will echo the chant that tourism is everybody's business. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, allow me to hand out a beautiful bouquet of sunflowers and daffodils to the CEO of Discover Dominica, Marvel Williams. In your first year, Marvel, we have seen the improvements and the marketing campaigns like the Cool Escape, which highlighted Dominica as the vacation destination in so many aspects: the water, the food, the wellness, just overall experience. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to watch those videos. As a country, we are all pleased with the spike in the number of visitors here for the Dominica experience. We are also very pleased with the benefits from the World Creole Music Festival from 2024 and the results from Mass Dominic this year. Mass Dominic this year was fine. The promotion and branding of the destination Dominica is in good hands. Kudos to you, Marva, and your DDA team, your DFC team, to Ayodele and team, well done. We look forward to the numbers growing exponentially in this new fiscal year as you embark on rigorous marketing campaigns. Mr. Speaker, I am an advocate for the Keep Dominica Clean and Green initiative. I'm all about keeping the country clean and green. We have to keep the country intact. However, Mr. Speaker, with the garbage disposal issue the entire country is facing currently, Mr. Speaker, it's stressing me out. But 6 new garbage trucks are coming this year. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to our problem being solved. This government has picked up $50 million from the garbage tax, also known as the environmental surcharge, in the last 5 years. But, Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen a garbage truck. But 6 coming, and I'm very, very happy. The government cannot meet the expectation of the garbage disposal, but painted a beautiful picture. All is well. Again, garbage trucks coming. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be no failure of the government to be corrected, and nothing that government needs to be held accountable for. So let's not even talk about that. We're moving along, or garbage trucks are coming. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the tourism site user fee adjustment in the 2025-2026 fiscal budget as we aim to showcase and preserve our destination while earning a living from it. Year after year, we see tourism and site enhancement presented as a line item in the budget. Improving the ecotourism product is paramount to coincide with the newly implemented fees. I'm for the fees because we have a lot to see in Dominica, and when we travel, we have to pay to see. Less than that. Mr. Speaker, will the enhancing of the tourism sites be at the forefront of the ministry task this fiscal year? Enhancing tourism sites has been recurring for the past fiscal years. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, only 4.6% of the amount budgeted last fiscal year, that's 2024-2025, was used to enhance the sites. This is a trend, Mr. Speaker, as only 3.8% was spent in the 2023 fiscal year, 2023-2024, sorry, fiscal year. However, Mr. Speaker, this has been ongoing for some time, and yet no significant or obvious structure to govern the sites has been put in place. And I discovered Dominica with my children. They love the waterfalls, they like the river, they enjoy the lake. They are nature babies. They belong to nature. Every weekend, we have to do something. We've been to some of the sites, Mr. Speaker, and there is no organized structure for having passes viewed, or even security, or even lifeguard present in some areas. I took my kids to one of the sites, and we had to leave because I wasn't too sure what to do. It's me and 2 little people. Increase in fees, Mr. Speaker, increase in fees really means proper tourism site enhancement. It needs to go hand in hand, and I'll be watching. According to the Minister of Finance, tourism continues to lead the economic rebound. With a 20.5% increase in arrivals, our investment in new hotels, cruise infrastructure, and community tourism is yielding results. Mr. Speaker, the increase in arrivals, especially cruise, fact, there's an increase. We see the increase, the numbers are there. But can we say that it was driven by the execution of public sector investment programs? It's a question. The Ministry of Tourism spent 45% of the approved allocation. I would say there was an increase from the last fiscal year. Approved $17.8 million, spent $8.06 million, Mr. Speaker, of the approved amount. Mr. Speaker, tourism was framed as a pillar of post-COVID economic recovery in the 2024-2025 budget. The government pledged new investment in cruise and yachting infrastructure, aggressive destination marketing, upgrades to ecotourism facilities, amongst other things. However, Mr. Speaker, with more than half the capital budget disappearing and achieving less than 50% execution, most of these initiatives appear to have stalled or were not initiated. No evidence has surfaced of a major new tourism plant. I don't know if I missed it. I have like correction I can take. Are significant marketing campaigns to diversify markets beyond cruise traffic part of the ministry's plan? The low spending and deep budget cuts suggest the tourism sector was also deprioritized. Despite its critical role in foreign exchange earnings, job creation, and rural development, we're dependent on tourism. Most growth in 2024 came from cruise arrivals, not public investments, which is a clear sign of organic sector recovery, not government-led transformation. Mr. Speaker, how should the people of Dominica grade the performance of this ministry? Can we say that the minister is overseeing and ensuring that her ministry is performing at the level that it is expected? We're dependent on tourism, we're diversifying. Mr. Speaker, we're moving into nice presentation I heard on Friday. I wasn't there in person, but I listened to Dr. Mark's presentation. Mr. Speaker, I note in the budget presentation another budget measure where for 6 months beginning October 1st, 2025, VAT and import duty will be removed from a list of items which we consume almost daily. Mr. Speaker, this appears to be a temporary relief to a permanent issue. But wait, after 6 months, Mr. Speaker, what will be the next step? Will the import duties and VAT be added back to the items? I'm asking questions, I don't know. I have another question, Mr. Speaker. How will this be implemented where businesses can state and show that they may have ordered some of the items in bulk before this was implemented? After 6 months has passed, Mr. Speaker, and the business places have in stock the items that they purchased with their relief from the government, will they then increase the prices of the items? What measures will be used to assess, review, and manage this initiative from October 1st, 2025 to March 31st, 2026? This government is a government of temporary fix. Patch still, put a drum over there. If you are interested in making food affordable for all Dominicans, January to December, Sunday to Saturday, all of the time, wouldn't price control be at the forefront of your task? Moving along, Mr. Speaker, let me state here that the Ministry for Sports and Culture used, listen, the Ministry of Sports and Culture, they spent a little more money than the last time. Well done, well, you know, okay. In 2023 fiscal budget, this ministry only used 3.6% of the budget approved. In the fiscal year 2024-2025, the ministry used 23% of its budget. Mr. Speaker, improvement is improvement. They improve. Yes, I have a ghost in my purse. Mr. Speaker, 23% of the budget was used. Yet we see lack in the Ministry of Sports. The minister spoke about the transformation of the sporting facilities all over the island. The minister also stated that infrastructure is not all when it comes to sports. The mentality of the athlete is important. That is true. Mr. Speaker, the mentality of the sportsmen and women are dependent on social connection and belonging, on leadership opportunities, on equitable treatment, and access to equipment and the tools that they need to excel in the discipline. Mr. Speaker, I'm an advocate for sports. Their mentality is dependent on opportunities to train and become better athletes and on the proper infrastructure to do so. Mr. Speaker, I see that the synthetic track and field facility is back as a line item in the budget estimates. The minister in his presentation assured us that work will begin on this synthetic track. Mr. Speaker, he also assured us last year that the work would have begun. This is the fourth budget cycle that funds are allocated for this synthetic track and field facility. Remember the grand promise on the occasion of Fiala for Olympic gold medal last year? And as we know, Mr. Speaker, well, I will go see. That means we will see. How should the sportsmen and women of Dominica grade the performance of this ministry? Mr. Speaker, the sportsmen and women are doing their best. They are doing their best, Mr. Speaker, they're doing their best. They are working very hard to succeed with all the necessary tools, equipment, and facilities needed. I implore this government to please give sports the attention that it needs. All the time. Mr. Speaker, I can pick up. Alison, well done. You've been doing very well. And I will continue to do my best to help you. Addison is a golden star. Mr. Speaker, in my budget presentation last year, I referred to an announcement by the minister responsible for culture, youth, sport, and community development at the 2024 Golden Drum Award that the Arawak House of Culture would have been opened by the end of last year. Today is July 30th, 2025. Okay, cool. Mr. Speaker, I know that in the money approved for the Phase 2 rehabilitation of the Arawak House of Culture, only 7% of the funds allocated from the 2024-2025 fiscal year was used for the project. Can we really say that this government is serious about culture? The roof of the building is sealed. The insulation and work are not yet done on the inside. There is this new conversation, Mr. Speaker, taking place about the school curriculum. Everybody talking about it, everybody. The conversation surrounding this about removing performing arts from the schools. It appears to be a concern for the majority. And as a parent, Mr. Speaker, I must ask this question because my son is into the arts. When we remove the performing arts from the curriculum, do we plan to begin performing arts programs in the youth centers around the island? Because there's nothing wrong with, okay, we're going to do something different. Let's do something else. Yes, no, maybe. Oh, you have the answer? Yes, okay. From the $1.3 million approved in the Honorable House last July, not $1 was spent on youth centers. So how should the people of Dominica grade the performance of this government on the cultural aspect and presence in this country? Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss.
On a point of correction. Can we do that?
Point of order.
Order. I don't think we should let that go like this because visual performing arts is still on the school curriculum where we give 2 hours a week to that. So I don't know that thing about when we remove visual performing arts on the curriculum. I don't know where this came from. The Ministry of Education, this is still a soft-skill subject on our timetable, and it remains there. So that thing is not true. Visual performing arts include music, dancing, drama, and whatever you want to do, other things, role play, no arts and craft, part of it also. So that story there, that piece of information.
You cannot say a story,
yes,
a statement.
Honorable, that information is incorrect,
erroneous.
And you need to withdraw this statement.
Yeah. So, yes, Senator, the minister is saying it's erroneous. So you have to withdraw this section.
Well, I didn't say it was removed, Mr. Speaker. I said the conversation. It's a conversation having. I didn't say it was removed.
Okay.
I did not say that because I know it's on the curriculum. I said the conversation that's going around. So I'm asking based on the conversation. So I did not make a statement, Mr. Speaker. I was saying a conversation. Miss,
You see, that's why, remember I gave the ruling and I said we use the word, how you say it? The word underground is. So it's a similar approach to trying to impute improper motive. Because if somebody didn't catch the little part, then they would think that you are saying it's removed. So you need to, either you correct it or you just withdraw that section.
Mr. Speaker, if I correct it, can I use alleged?
Or you withdraw it because it's misleading.
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, I'll just withdraw the.
Okay, so withdrawn.
For
So
all.
proceed.
For all. Good.
Proceed,
Commerce.
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me to stand in this parliament at a time like this and not ask questions as it relates to the Marigold Hospital. I listened to the Minister for Health, very detailed presentation this morning. It was very detailed. He informed us of a lot of stats. But I didn't hear anything about the Marigold Hospital. Mr. Speaker, we did the walkthrough of the hospital 2 years ago. The potential of this facility is beyond words. Yet it is an understaffed and underutilized hospital. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health utilized only 26% of the approved allocation, while healthcare remains a concern for everyone. Mr. Speaker, as the power rep stated, the power rep for the Marigold constituency, there was a soft opening of the hospital. He asked for a hard opening, but I would not do that. However, Mr. Speaker, I think it's time for the grand opening, power rep, the grand opening, Mr. Power Rep, of the hospital and all the departments and areas therein. Mr. Speaker, when I stand in this parliament, I like to refer to my own personal experiences. Earlier this year, I went to the A&E department with my dad at the Marigold Hospital. Sitting there was very unbearable because the AC unit, Mr. Speaker, was not working. I was told it has been that way for over a year. And to date, Mr. Speaker, the AC is not working. Mr. Speaker, patients are sitting at the A&E unwell and still suffocating with heat. It's hot inside of there. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine sitting in this parliament with all of us there and the AC isn't working? And we would have a hard time. So this is what the people at the hospital A&E are feeling. Mr. Speaker, the X-ray services and CBC tests are no longer available. The pharmacy services was reduced to 1 day a week, and some weeks, Mr. Speaker, the pharmacy remains closed. My father have to call me to run here, there, and everywhere because he cannot get what he needs. There are inadequate supplies, Mr. Speaker. My dad, again, ensures that I have to go purchase supplies for him so he can take with him so he can help other patients at the hospital. He's that kind of individual. Mr. Speaker, the cry for a fully functioning Marigold Hospital continue. When we are going to open the Marigold Hospital, Mr. Speaker, in full capacity, we will need the hospital open to serve not just Marigold, but the Northeast. We have an airport, and we have a new international airport being built. Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to look into our hospital in that area functioning well. Mr. Speaker, in my closing remarks, because I like to stay within time, I heard a political history lesson from the Minister of Tourism in which she tried to give us the impression that nothing was right with Dominica, its people, the economy before the Dominica Labour Party came to office, Mr. Speaker. The minister said that the UWP came to office in 1995, met the debt to the GDP ratio at 56%, and skyrocketed it to more than 90%. As a result, she said things were bad, and Dominica found itself in the grip of an IMF stabilization program with 4% stabilization levy and all of that. Under this government, debt to the GDP has been over 100% for 4 straight years, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. And there is no IMF stabilization program. But the debt to GDP numbers of the tourism minister are not correct, Mr. Speaker. She did not say where she got the data from. But I went to look on the imf.org/en/country/DMA #country data, Mr. Speaker, for the debt to GDP on the UWP and the debt to GDP on the DLP. Mr. Speaker, on the UWP, 1995, 57.4, 1996, 53.7, 1997, 47.7, 1998, 56.3, 1999, 61.8. Debt to GDP on the DLP, 2000, 68.9, 2001, 98.5, 2002, 97.9, 2003, 94.9, 2004, 86.2. So, Mr. Speaker, if more than 90% debt to GDP is the reason for an IMF austerity program, then the justification first surfaced in 2001 after the DLP came into government, did not know what to do, and could not pay its bills because it shut down its own revenue stream, including the now famous, not the new, because it's been there, or famous Citizen by Investment Program, or CBI. The truth, Mr. Speaker, does not need an extra pair of legs, Mr. Speaker. It stands on its own merit. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be suspended until 8:15 this evening.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 8:15 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? House stands suspended at 8:15 p.m. this evening. Until 8:15 p.m. this evening.